Hey guys, what's going on? How we doing? Welcome to the channel if you're new to the channel, and welcome back if you're a regular that we always see, which is always good. Mitchy Deed, hello to you, man. Hello to Big Merc as well and Twitch Gaming. Guys, I bought a new under 23 goalkeeper. You can probably see him in the gallery, sitting there, nice and proud. Thomas Gilia. I bought him yesterday for far more than what I wanted to spend, but the good thing is I had a credit. So I had a referral from Sorare. Well, not from Sorare. I had a referral on Sorare, which meant that I had up to £50, and I ended up buying these guys here, Ross Barkley and Mengi, with some of that. But then I had £40 credit left over, which had to be spent by today. And so I had a kind of review of my gallery, and I looked at where the gaps were and what I needed. And I needed an under 23 goalkeeper, ideally an under 23 goalkeeper that plays in contender. And funny enough, the one position that I needed for my Universidad Católica stack, because I have Branco and Pereiro, I've got Cesar Pinares, Gonzalo Tapia, and Fernando Zampedri, right? I have 4 players that I can put out from Católica, but I don't have the goalkeeper. Now, he isn't actually the number one, Thomas Gilia. He's not the number one. He's like the backup. But he has been getting some good game time this season. And Sebastian Perez, who is the number one, he's been injured a couple of times already this season, and he's out injured again for a month. So Gilia is going to be getting another run. So basically, I thought this is a great opportunity to kill 2 birds with one stone. And given that I had that credit, I needed to spend it. I thought, why don't we try and get that goalkeeper and take full advantage of free money? So this cost £108.61. It's very expensive compared to what he was going for a few days ago. But the way I look at it is that I've only spent £70 of my own money, and then the 40 is a credit. So I think if I didn't have a credit, there's absolutely no way that I would have bought this guy for like nearly £110. It's just far too much for a backup under 23 goalkeeper. But I'm locked into him now for, well, forever really, because he's 19 and we've got loads of under 23 utility with him. So I'm really happy we've got him, and I've already put him in a lineup, so I'll be running through those today. Hello to Sorare Lex as well. How are you guys all doing? And how's the game week going for you in Sorare? Yeah, E to you as well, 40 marker. Thoughts on the Manchester United versus Liverpool game? Which you mean like the one on the weekend? I think it's actually a pretty good result for Man United. Not such a great result for Liverpool. It's just a little bit frustrating that Man United were in a position to win it and they didn't. I feel like that's been a common theme with Man United all season, that there's been so many games they should have won that they've effectively thrown away. There was some really weird decisions in there though as well, I think. Yeah, really bizarre ones. I wouldn't have given a penalty to Liverpool from the Wan-Bissaka challenge. I think they were lucky to get that one. Hello also to Arthur as well. I got a DNP and All-Star on Tuesday morning. Oh no, that's not the start you were hoping for. Playing the European nights for a gamble. Only got 4 players legible, but Goretzka and Rafinha have given me something to monitor with the games tonight. Very cool. Yeah, it was a weird one, wasn't it? There's been a lot of weird decisions all season, especially recently a lot of weird penalty calls and, you know, like VAR controversy. Yeah, I think everyone's kind of getting a little bit, including myself, getting a little bit sick and tired of it, really. So yeah, anyways, this is the guy we got. So let me show you because I've been busy putting my lineups together for the weekend. And to be honest with you, I've pretty much done my lineups for the weekend. I'm well ahead of the game, which is lovely. So what we're going to do now is we're going to put a full Universidad Católica stack into Division 2 Contender Classic season to see if we can win a new in-season contender card. But you can see if I hadn't have bought him, then I basically had 4. I just needed a goalkeeper, and I'll be picking up Seb Perez probably over the next couple of weeks as well, so that then I've got both the backup and the starting one. Guys, actually, one thing that I've noticed as well is that this midweek, I think I could have potentially been on for a really big score. Now, I'm hoping that I don't look back at this game week and think, shit, you know, like we've missed a big opportunity here. Because I have a lot of high-scoring players that I didn't line up together. And one of the reasons I didn't do that was because I was not confident that they would all play. And yet they've all played, and they've all pretty much done very good. So let me show you. So far, this is how we're doing in All-Star Limited with the Tigres stack, which is not too bad, 343. Obviously, we would have wanted more, but that's actually okay. You can see that we had fairly good scores for the most part. This might be enough to give us some kind of a card ward in All-Star this midweek. There are 34% of the leaderboard to go, so we need to survive a drop of 88.53 or 88.44 actually. And we have a projection where we, at the moment, are expected to finish 1,121st. And you can see that in order to get into the prizes, you need to get into the top 1,500. So we should be able to scrape something in this. All things going well, this should be enough to give us something from the midweek, which is great because we've been struggling to get anything from the Tigres collection. It's very difficult to work out who they're playing, and there's been some injuries as well. So yeah, if we can get something, that'd be lovely. And then, yeah, basically, if you look here, this is going to be slightly frustrating if Quintero starts, right, and does very well, because what I wanted to do in All-Star was Alexander Dominguez, Quintero. To be fair, I wanted to do Piovi and not Michael Hoyos, right? And then I wanted to do Joan Lucero and then maybe Pochettino as well. You can see at the moment that we've got pretty good score from Hoyos here. We've got Pochettino, who got an assist as well. This is a throwaway team, right? Because I wasn't confident that Pochettino could start. I wasn't confident that Hoyos would start. And Quintero, when we looked at it before the game week started, we read that he's potentially out for a month, but then in Play Sharper, they put him at 70% to start. So we were like, wow, there's two different stories that we're seeing there. It's not worth the risk, right? But if he now starts tonight and he does really good, then this is going to be a very painful game week to swallow, because we would have then maybe had Hoyos, Pochettino, right? And then we've got, look, Joan Lucero, who we could have played with Pochettino up in here. And then obviously if Quintero and Dominguez then do well tonight, then we could have won a fantastic reward in All-Star Rare, like a brilliant reward, because we would have had 89 here. I don't think we would have actually captained Hoyos. We would have probably captained Quintero or Lucero if we thought they were going to start. But yeah, you can see that the way it's shaping up could be frustrating. Now, It's kind of cool that Lucero's in 240 because it means that with that high score, he kind of makes up for the low score we got from Thomas, who didn't start. So we still have a chance to hit the threshold here. We need 158, so basically 160 points from 3 players here. And they all play tonight. So let's see what they can do. Free tip scout, I saw the Fortaleza result and had my hands on my head. Yeah, well, we got asked, didn't he? I got asked on the stream from the other day. I can't remember who asked me, but somebody asked me on the stream on Tuesday. They said, Free tip scout, like, what's the best game to target for the midweek? And I said, without hesitation, Fortaleza. I said this game here. And they then smashed it 5-0. And what was really good is that we were talking about Brites on Monday, how he had an L15 of 40 or below, which meant that you could have used this guy in the continental competitions. And he had just a really good fixture, really good L15, which is what you needed for continental. And he was really cheap as well. In limited, look, he was about £3, which is just insane. So for an L15 of 40, he's just hit a score of 57.9, which is very good for an L15 40 player. And you got the likes of Ricardo, Hercules, Pochettino, Pikachu, Lucero. I mean, you could have run a stack with this Fortaleza. They're not very expensive to run, and you would have done amazing. And it's what I said on the Monday, Tuesday streams that, you know, this would be a great stack to run, and you can basically put it together for very little. João Ricardo, for example, if you look at the cost of João Ricardo in limited, look, João Ricardo is around £18 or so. That's really good. That's really good for a starting goalkeeper that's hitting some good scores, that has some good midweek utility. Brilliant, really good. And then you've got loads of good defenders to stack him up with, like Duda, Tinga, who actually got rested here, is very good. Brites, Pacheco. Then their midfield is solid. Their forwards are solid. Really good. Really, really good. Did anybody actually run a Fortaleza stack? Because I would love to see a Fortaleza stack. I think it was the one to do. Yeah, Hercules is really good. And he's really young. He's only 23. He's still a youngster. We talked about him a bit last year, because what I was saying about him is that this is not reflective of the type of scoring that you can get from this guy. I think there's a lot more to come from him. The reason being is that when you look at the amount of games where he's actually started, he started in 30. He has a fairly decent AA for a 23-year-old that's only started 30. So if he starts more, he can do more like that. So yeah. But yeah, very happy that we got this guy and we can hopefully get a good start with him. Gilia. It's actually a little bit interesting that he has U in his name, whereas if you look at his name on Transfermarkt and just in general, he doesn't have a U. So I don't really know why he has a U in his name, because everywhere else calls him Thomas Gilia without the U. So a bit interesting. Guys, don't forget that I'm still waiting for throw your hat in the rings. So we have 13 games to for you guys to predict in the USA League. And if you predict them correctly, you're going to win a limited card. We've had one already, which is from Twitch Gaming. We have 13 games left over on Pooky. So the ticket is available for you guys to redeem. If you want to have a chance of winning a limited card, then just redeem it. And there we go. August Vanagos has redeemed one. and David as well. It's first come, first served. So, yeah, basically don't hesitate, because if you want to try and win a limited card, you can choose the best way for you to do so by choosing a game that you think you've got a great chance at doing. We've had a couple now. They're all rolling in. All right, so August Vanagris says DC United 3-0. All right, cool. So DC United 3-0. Let's go for that. All right. And then David says, thank you guys as well for redeeming them. David says 2-2 for Portland. Okay, cool. 2-2, done. And then Big Merc has also done it. Big Merc says, what's Big Merc saying? That's okay if you know nothing about the MLS. It makes it more fun. It's like punting in the dark. What game are you going to go for, and what score are you going to go for, Big Merc? And then if it obviously ends up being that score, you're going to win a limited card. So you can give us any game here that's available still, and any score that you fancy, and we'll lock it in. If you're over on YouTube, by the way, and you're wondering how you can get involved in this, you will need to jump over to Twitch here. And we run a thing called Free Tip Scout coupons. And basically, you earn them just from being on the Twitch live stream. So once you earn a certain amount, you need to earn 8,500 in order to take part in this. But once you've earned them, you can then enter this competition. And it's free to enter. Everyone can enter. And it means you have a chance of winning a limited card, which you can choose from my gallery every week. So Big Merc is saying New England to win 3-1. New England to win 3-1. Okay, yeah, I was going to say. Okay, New York City FC. Okay, so we're doing it this way, right? Is this what we're doing it? We're doing it that way for the home team rather than the away team. Okay, cool. Right. I like it. It's bold. 366.2 points. We're doing it. Are you sure? Because I'm about to press set prediction. I don't mind it at all. We can do this if you want to do it. And there's nothing wrong with this at all. I just want to make absolutely sure. Yeah, you sure? Okay. Let's lock it in. Right. 3-1, 2-2, and 3-0. So what we're going to do, we're going to add those to the list here. Okay. Which then means that we can keep track of who does well this week and who actually ends up winning a limited card. I think it was David. Yeah, David went for the 2-2. I like that 2-2 because I actually think that could be a 2-2, by the way. If you hadn't have given me that, that's probably what I would have done as well. All right. And then Audris Vanagris is going for DC. Who are they playing? DC? I can't remember. DC versus Orlando. I should remember that because I've got Herrera in my lineup, and I was looking at that game and I was thinking, oh, a bit of a tricky game, I think, even though Orlando have been poor, but it's still Orlando. They are, technically on paper, they're a pretty good team, but they've not been showing it so far. All right. And then last but not least is obviously Big Merc. All right. Oh, done that in the wrong column. And then, yeah, he's gone for the 3-1. 3-1. Fingers crossed for you guys that have just done a prediction as well. And as I say, if anyone wants to do more predictions, you can. It's all open for you guys to do it. Versus New England. All right, cool. So at the moment, let's just save that there. At the moment, we have 4 predictions for the game week so far from you guys, right? On Pooky. We've got New York Red Bulls versus Chicago, which is 3-1 from Twitch Gaming. Portland versus LAFC, which is 2-2 from David, C1991. DC United versus Orlando. We're going for 3-0 from Audris Vanagaris. And then New York City FC to beat New England 3-1. And that's a prediction from Big Merc. So thank you so far to the guys that have taken part in this here. If any of those guys get their predictions 100% correct, they are going to be able to win a limited card, and they get to choose which one they want to win. So we have another 10 games to predict, which means there can be another 10 of you on that list to potentially win a limited card this weekend. Just jump over here on Twitch if you're not on here. If you are on here, save up the 8,500 coupons. And then once you've done that, you can then redeem the throw your hat in the ring. So just click on the little yellow ticket that you can see in the chat. Click on that, then go to throw your hat in the ring, then basically just redeem. And then once you've redeemed it, I'll then ask you what game is it that you want to predict and what score is it you want to do. We lock it in. And if it ends up being that score in real life for the game, you're going to win a limited card. All right. Let's talk about the next game week, the weekend game week, and we'll also talk a little bit about special weeklies, I think, as well. I posted a tweet yesterday. Some of you guys might have seen it, where just to kind of address some of the frustrations and some of the talks which I've been seeing amongst some Sorare managers. Now, unfortunately, Sorare aren't very good at being direct, but that's why I'm here, because I just cut through all the bullshit and I tell you exactly what probably Sorare can't tell you, which is that there's calls out there in the community that there should be more special weeklies for South American games, and there's a few managers that are really frustrated that there's just, like, for example, we have quite a few South American games which are happening over the next few weeks, but especially in the midweeks, but there's no special weeklies to really cater for those alone. So we have had right now a special weekly, which is the Continental Nights, and that Continental Nights special weekly includes, of course, the South American games, right? Like the Copa Libertadores and the Copa Sudamericana. Plus, it also is bundled with the European games like the Champions League and the Europa League, right? Now, one of the reasons, the big reason why Sorare have not been in their new special weeklies announcement, the big reason why they haven't announced a South American special weekly is they simply don't have enough licenses for leagues and clubs in that region at all. They don't have. It's the only region, as far as I know, it's the only region in the game, South America, where Sorare does not have a fully licensed league in the game. They cover many leagues in that region, and they have quite a few clubs from, say, specific leagues that have licenses, but they don't have a single league in the South American region where every club is fully licensed. And so they can't do a special weekly just for the South American games. They can't, right? The reason being is that the special weeklies are funded by the amount of cards which Sorare can sell, right? And also, not only that, but the prize pool that they need to offer needs to then be for players from those clubs or from those regions, right? Now, if they don't have enough cards from those regions because they don't have enough licenses, they won't have a big enough prize pool, or really any prize pool, to offer with those cards. And also, if you think about it, if they say that we're going to do a special weekly for South America, right? Let me show you, actually. It's probably better if I show you, okay? Just to really paint this, put this point across, right? If you go to licensed partners here on Sorare's homepage, right? Look at how many South American clubs are licensed in the game, right? For Argentina, we've got 4. That's it. That's it. There's only 4, okay? That's not the full league licensed. If we go down, You've got Brazil. They have another 4. Okay, so they have 4 licensed teams from Brazil, 4 licensed teams from Argentina. They don't have a licensed league yet for those 2 big countries, those 2 big leagues there. Chile, they've only got one. They've only got one team, Universidad Católica. Ecuador, they've only got one, right? We keep it moving. Go all the way down. Mexico, they've only got 4. Again, it's not a fully licensed league at all. And then you've got Peru. There's only 2 there, right? And then if we go down a little bit more, that's it. That's it. So basically, how many is that? I wasn't counting it as we were going. 2 there. So 4 there, 6. Right? And then 7, 8, 12, 16. They have 16 South American clubs licensed in the game. Only 16, right? Now, there are lots of other cards in the game that play for South American clubs that are in leagues covered by Sorare. But what you've got to think about is that Sorare's a business which relies on them selling cards, right? If they announce a special weekly, then Sorare are going to want to sell cards for that special weekly, right? If they've only got 16 clubs that are licensed in South America, and they say we're going to do a South American special weekly, there's not enough clubs for them to sell cards for, like based on the games that will happen there, right? And because there's not enough clubs that are there for them to sell cards for, they won't be able to make enough money to justify the cost of funding a prize pool, a cash prize pool, first of all, right? Because remember, in the new format now, Sorare are directly funding prize pools based on the number of cards that they can sell, right? The same for the special weekly for Korea, South Korea, for the MLS. There's a requirement usually that you should have X amount of cards. Now in the special weeklies, it's usually not like that. You just need to have some cards, right? Rather than new season cards. But if Sorare can't even sell cards, really, they can't sell enough, there's no way we're going to get special weeklies for South America. So I just wanted to address that because I know that a few people have been saying, why is there not a South American special weekly? If you think about it, there can't be, because they can't make any money from it. It's not in their financial interest to do it. And that's something that Sorare wouldn't come out and say, but that is the reality of it. Unfortunately, if they can't make any money from it, then why would they do it? So what we need, ideally, is we need loads more South American clubs to come into the game. Ideally, we need 1 or maybe 2 leagues to be fully licensed in the game from South America. And then what that will do is that will then provide Sorare with more opportunities to sell cards, which they can then justify funding a prize pool. Hi, anyone play Sorare NBA? No, unfortunately not. I bought this guy here, Gilia. Let's claim our arena ticket here. Not that we really care about arena or rivals for that matter. All right, slowly edging up to 150. Let's see if we can get to 200 before summer. That sounds so weird that that's the game for us at the moment, seeing if we can get to high amounts on the arena tickets. This game mode is so trash, honestly. It's terrible. Let's dive into pro. Yeah, so I think I've largely done my teams for the weekend now. In fact, you know what? Before we run through those, let's actually bring up the special weeklies because they did do a blog with them. It's probably just worth us talking about them. So they've released this schedule, which is great. We want to see more of this going forward, where we've got more than enough time to prepare for them. If you've missed this, then give it a read. But you can see that it was released a couple of days ago on the 9th, and it's basically mapping out what are the special weeklies for the next month or so, okay? And there's a few in here that they haven't given dates, but they, for example, the K-League special we now know is coming soon, and the J-League is also. So this is really cool. You can see here we're already in the Continental Knights one. So this is, oh no, we're not, sorry, scrap that. This is completely different. This is the European Knights, so there's no Copa Libertadores, there's no Copa Sudamericana. This is just purely for the Europa League, Europa Conference League, and the Champions League. They're doing an overall cap here of 280, which I think is much better. You know, one of my criticisms on the Continental Knights was the requirement to have an L15 of 40. It's not really any need for that. Just have an overall like team cap. And they've decided to do that with this one, which is great. So now if you want to build for this one, you can do it with an L15 40 player, or you don't have to. You know, you just have to make sure that the team comes under that overall total, which I think is just a lot better. And then there's season bonus, card XP, collection bonus, captain bonus applied. Pretty standard, but quite cool. And there's going to be cash prizes for the podium ranks, Sorare pro cards, and reward boxes. This one's interesting. I want to ask the chat actually what you guys think about this here. This is not necessarily new. We've had this before. Okay, we had this about a year and a half, 2 years ago, when Sorare was running some capped competitions like they used to call them Specialist, Underdog. And they were doing these special weeklies where they were throwing in like different unique type of competitions. And before, when they'd done it, they didn't call it Senior Special Weekly. It was called something else, but I think it was like over 30s actually, or over 30, 31. But it was basically you needed to play players who were over 30. And I really enjoyed that competition. I thought it was really good. And they ran it for like 2 or 3, I think it was like 2 or 3 game weeks, right? And then they stopped running it. And they didn't give us a reason as to why they stopped it. They just stopped it. And I remember saying to them, like, bring that back. Because this was really good. You know, this was giving good utility to like older players as well. And at the time, older players without this were not as appealing. Then when they launched this, there was a big demand, a big surge of demand for, you know, older players on the market. So this is really cool. I'm glad they've brought this back. And there's no kind of like cap requirement here as well. So there's no cap whatsoever. The only requirement really is you just need to have players who are aged over 30 by Friday, April the 26th. So if you've got some old players and you've been maybe not playing them enough, or you've just been thinking, oh, should I shift them on? Maybe wait until this happens and then shift them on afterwards, or decide to sell them to others that want to use them for this here. FTS, I really love the oldies weekly coming, even though most of my gallery is kids. Me too. I love it. I love it. As I say, I was so gutted when they stopped doing this like a year and a half, 2 years ago. And, you know, in classic Sorare fashion, they basically just stopped doing it. And they didn't say why they were stopping to do it. Like, it just stopped. You know, they were doing all the other ones, but they just did not do this one anymore. And I asked them several times, like, what's going on? And I never got an answer. So I was really annoyed. But I'm happy they brought it back. So, and this is quite a good one too, because it's not only that it's over 30, but it's kind of all competitions as well. There's no limitation on where your players need to come from. You know, this one here is different. It's like the continental, so you know, like the Man Cities, the Dortmunds, you know, the Liverpools. It's usually the bigger clubs, right? For the European competitions, but here it can be anyone. So there's a lot of good scouting to be had here to find those golden oldies. I think they should have called it golden oldies, really. Like seniors special weekly is okay, right? They should have called it golden oldies, no? I think it just would have sounded a lot better. European Night Special. So this is another one of the European Nights. So we have European Night Special Weekly here, and then we've got European Night Special Weekly here. This one's slightly different. So you can see the requirements are just having players under a cap of 280, whereas this one here is capped to 90. And there's a couple of requirements here that you need to have some in-season cards as well. So this is going to be a cash prize pool, whereas this one up here is a mix of cash prizes for the podiums and then pro cards and reward boxes, right? When it's a cash prize pool only, then there's a requirement for in-season cards. So something to keep in mind. Then the K-League is also coming. When is the K-League one? I think that's at the end of the month, isn't it? Yeah, so it starts on April the 26th to the 30th. Why have Sorare removed the game week numbers from the game? I don't get it at all. Like, we're often referring to the game in game week numbers, right? Yet Sorare have removed it, and so they're referring to game weeks now as a date range. And it's just really, I don't think that's going to catch on. I don't think people are going to be saying, yeah, like, I'm building a team for game week May the 3rd to the 7th, or game week May the 10th to the 14th, whatever. Like, people don't look at game weeks like that. They look at game weeks with a number. And we've seen it as well in the game where they've removed them when you're lineup building. So if you wanted to lineup build for the next game week in Sorare, you wouldn't actually know what that game week number is, really. There's nothing in the game that tells you what it is. And if you ever wanted to go back to a specific game week in the game to see how you're done, good luck finding out the game week number, because there's no way to do it in the game. Like, you click on this one here, February the 20th to the 23rd. What game week number was that? Super bizarre. I mean, they just need to use both, don't they? Exactly. They just need to use both to have the game week number and then the date range, and then just leave it up to users to use whatever. Anyways, there's no game week number. So I can't tell you exactly what this game week number would be. Guess we could quickly check it though, right? See, good old soraredata. Look, game week 471. So game week 471 is the game week when that Sorare are referring to here. It really frustrates me. They removed the game week number back in January. I told them don't remove it. Like, you need to add that back in. They then did. And then since the new format and the new layout, they then removed it again. And I said to them again, what are you doing? Like, seriously, what are you doing? Why are you removing it? What is this? What is this, like, obsession to make the game harder to understand for your users? If you keep the game week numbers, it's a lot easier for people to track game weeks and to follow and plan for game weeks. It's much more difficult when you do stuff like this, right? So, yeah. And they actually said that they'll be probably adding it back in, but yeah, I don't know. So this is the K-League Special Weekly. Is anybody playing the K-League Special Weekly at the end of the month? I'm not. I don't have enough K-League players. I've only got one or two. I think I've only really got one that I'm selling at the moment. Yeah, I have the reward that I won recently, Kim Jin Hyuk, which I'm going to try and sell. Other than that, I don't really have K-League. I don't have any other rare K-Leagues. These three cards here are all cards that I'm going to be giving away, that I want to give away. So if you play throw your hat in the ring, you'll have a chance of winning these K-League cards here. And of course, if you want the rare Kim Jin-hyuk, just feel free to hit me up with a message or an offer, and I will see what I can do for you. But I think the K-League special weekly is pretty good. It's only running for 3 game weeks again. Very similar to the MLS special weekly. But there's $100,000 in there to be won. And like the special weekly in the MLS, every game week the prize pool increases. So by the end of it, this is the most amount that you can win from a single game week. So pretty cool. No news yet on the date of the J-League. There's a J-League special coming, but I would assume that is going to follow straight after the K-League. So when the K-League special ends, you can then do the J-League. I think they're going to tell us next week more details about it, but I'm just going to assume that it's going to come after the K-League one. Because what Sorare, I think, don't want to be doing is they probably don't want to be running a J-League and a K-League together. And maybe even in the licensing agreement, they're not allowed to do that. Because you could potentially cannibalize the sales that you could make. It's much better if you just don't stack them and you play them one after the other, so that then you can sell more cards that way as well. And then it says down here at the bottom, following their rule of at least 10 licensed teams playing a domestic league, Champion, Premier League, Challenger, and Contender will open during April the 23rd to the 26th. So that's game week 471. Again, you can see that here. Oh, sorry, that's not. That's game week 470, sorry. See, look, I'm even getting confused because they don't reference game week numbers anymore. So yeah, April the 23rd to the 26th is game week 470. And then, yeah, just talking about how All-Star and Global Cap competitions are permanent for now, but they will transition to special weekly competitions after the transition ends. So, yeah. Pretty cool, though, no? I think the special weekly schedule. I'll be honest with you, though, even though I like that Sorare have done this and I like that there's lots in the pipeline, I'm not going to be competing in the European Nights. I'm not going to be competing in this European Nights either. I'm not competing in the K-League. I'm not competing in the J-League. And I'm not going to go and buy cards for them either. So it's great that there's enough there to cater for everyone. The only one that I'll really be focusing on will be the Senior Special, or as I'm going to call it, the Golden Oldies. And which competitions are you guys competing in? Is anybody doing all of them? I think if you have a gallery big enough to do all of them, then great. Have at it. I don't know whether maybe you guys think differently, but when you see a schedule like this and you see like the prize pool, you get an idea about what the prize pool could be. Is anybody actually thinking about buying any cards specifically for the special weeklies? Because I'm not, but I'm very interested to hear whether this is the type of thing that gets people to dip into their pocket to specifically buy players for. You're doing all of them, are you, Estonian weirdo? Wow. Arthur's doing J&K. Love it. Hello to Noisy Steve as well. I got this guy here. Thomas Gilia. I might look into getting a J-League stacks as Pirek. I think if, to be honest with you, it's funny you say that, because if there was going to be any competition that I would think about building a team specifically for, or at least buying cards for, it would be the J-League one. I'm much more into the J-League than I am the K-League. But yeah, I'm not going to be doing that even. But very cool. And what Sorare need to do is they need to be doing this regularly now. It's so mental that we're talking about a game that's nearly 5 years old, and this is pretty much the first time that we've ever seen a schedule like where they are detailing things up front well in advance around what to look forward to. They did, to be fair, have a little bit of time where they were doing this because they used to have a thing in the game called game week calendars. And in the game week calendars, they used to show you kind of what the prize pool was going to be, and therefore you'd be able to see what the competitions were. But they need to get into the habit of doing this now regularly, because this is really useful and it's really good. He hasn't necessarily won the starter place, no. He is still considered the backup, but he's going to be playing for the next month because Sebastian Perez is out with an injury. He's got a muscle tear or a ligament, not a ligament tear. He's got a muscle tear of some kind. So he's out for a month. And he's actually been quite impressive so far since he's come in, Gilia. And they have a new manager, right? Cattolica. So this could be an opportunity for him over the month to try and stake a claim for the first team spot. But if he doesn't get it, that's okay, because I'll be planning on getting Seb Perez anyway. So yeah, I have a Universitat Católica team, but I did not have any of the goalkeepers. So it made sense for me to get him now whilst he's about to start playing for the next month. And then probably in the next couple of weeks, I'll aim to add Sebastian Perez into the mix as well. So that then if Gilia doesn't keep the spot and they go back to Perez, then I've got Perez as well. Yeah. Yeah, he was really cheap, wasn't he? The really annoying thing is that I think if I'd have been a little bit more on the ball with this one, then I probably could have got Gilia for a lot cheaper, which then would have allowed me to spend more of that credit that I got for free from a referral. I could have then spent more of my credits on getting more players, right? Because if you look at this here, this was me 10 hours ago. So we bought in for £108, but keep in mind, £40 of that 108 was not my own money. It was a referral credit. So I essentially spent about £70 of my own money. But 2 days ago, I could have bought him as an instant buy for £62.55. And then also 2 days ago, I could have bought him for £48. So if I was a little bit more on the ball on this one, if I'd have been doing my scouting earlier, because I've had the credit for a while, I've just not had the time to sit down and think, okay, who do I need to buy with the credit? If I'd have done that a lot sooner, then I would have been able to get him for probably this here for 50. And then that would have left me loads of credits left over to then go and buy some more players. But hey ho, it is what it is. The key thing is that I spent the credit rather than losing it. You don't ever want to, if you get a referral, and you get those credits, I think they're valid for like 2 weeks, right? Which is mental because mine ran out today and I've only, yesterday had a chance to kind of sort it out. But you get 2 weeks, so make sure if you do get a credit that you don't not do it because you'll lose the credit, and it's basically free money that can help you buy players in the game. I have heard about Gallardo, yeah. I have heard about it. He's basically wants out, doesn't he? Do you think Sho Sasaki is worth it in limited? I do. Yeah, he's very good. He's like one of the best scorers. If we're talking about the defender, aren't we? Sho Sasaki. He's one of the best defenders, isn't he? Is he not a defender? Yeah, he is, yeah. Oh, this guy is so worth it, yeah. He's quite old now, but he's been for years now one of the best defenders, not only in the Japanese league, but in Sorare for scoring. Like this guy is look at that. No question, this guy's 100% worth it. Yeah. So I don't know what is he in limited? Yeah, £48 for the new season. I'd probably buy his classic card. Because I think for the classic card, £23 for a player that scores like this is very, very good. He's so consistent as well. Look, he hardly ever does a bad game. Yeah, so the old season card for 23 is worth it. £48 for the new season is not worth it. Yeah. Is he on his way to Goiás, is he? That could be interesting for him. That might resurrect his career a little bit as well, because I think that since Joan Lucero's come into Fortaleza, he struggled to get minutes, right? When he was at Fortaleza, he wasn't starting as much anymore, look. And so if he goes to Goiás, then you'd expect him to be a starter, and that could just get him back on track again. He could be another good scorer in Sorare, because he technically is a good scorer in Sorare, right? But the problem is that he just has never really started enough. Look, over 150 games, and he's only started in 91. 62 of those have been on the bench as well. But if you look at when he actually starts, look, that's good scoring. That's like a 1 in 3 type player. He's not a player for me, but he might be a player for some of you guys to consider. Yeah, good call from Redor. You also saw Julio Furch might replace Galhardo, so I bought him for 70p. Wow, I thought I had Julio Furch, but I think I've got rid of him now. I did have him in limited. Yeah, I don't have him anymore. I might have given him away. When did I buy him? Is it not going to show me now? I definitely had this guy. I don't know when I had him, but I bought him for 50 odd p or something. He'd be a good backup, yeah. I mean, for 50p, he's probably worth picking up. If they did go to get him, then for 50p and limited, you've got someone that could offer you something in midweek games as well. Like, I don't mind this guy. He's okay. He's quite a good scorer. It's not quite worked out for him since he's been at Santos, though. You can see that here. It's not really been starting. So probably when he moved, he was thinking that he'd get a lot more game time. Because when he was at Atlas, he was the main starter, and he was actually doing pretty good. And then he kind of went from being a starter to then just basically being like a fringe player, like a pure bench player, really. That's probably not what he wanted. He is old, though, 34, but I think if he can find a team that can maybe offer him a little bit more starts than what he had here, then it's a good win-win for everyone. All right, cool. So, yeah, I bought Gilia. Also, the Lewis Cook card that I won from last weekend, I was initially selling him, but I'm actually going to keep hold of him because I was looking at Lewis Cook's stats on soraredata, and he's actually not scoring as high as he probably should be. So there's technically bigger scoring in him than we've already seen. So we haven't seen the full proper scoring from him. Plus also, he's that type of defensive midfielder that would really help me in some instances in Cap 240. And I actually need him for this game week. So let's dive into some of the lineups here. Try and take you through them. Let's start with the cap modes. So at the moment, this is what my Cap 240 team is looking like for the weekend. Hervey Kofi in defense. Hervey Kofi as part of the defense in goal. That's what I meant to say. Then Morales as the defender, the main defender and the captain. We know that when Morales plays at home, he's very strong and he can hit these perfect scores of 100. Then I've got Lewis Cook in here as the midfielder. Now, it's not a great game. It's against Man United. But keep in mind, guys, that when you play a player in Cap 240, even if they've got a really difficult game, especially if they're like a defensive midfielder, I don't need him to score 60 points here. I need him to score like this here. 52, 50, even a 45 would probably do, right? I don't need him to score particularly that great. I just need him to score in the mid 40, mid 50s, right? And I think he should be able to do that against Man United. Then we're going to run, I think, at the moment, with Stefan Garteman, who has a home game against Dundee. And I quite like having Garteman and Morales in here because both of these guys can give you mid-range scoring, but they also have the potential to hit like 100. You can see Garteman's last score was 95. You can see Morales hit 100. So if both of these two really explode, then we're going to be on our way to hitting the 270. And then Frank Bolly has a slightly tricky game away to Atlas, but Bolly's in incredible form at the moment. 61, 43, 63, 68, 60, and he's only got a cost of 41, which just makes him perfect to fit into this heavy-hitting team. So what do we reckon? That's got to hit threshold, hasn't it, guys? What do you reckon? Would you captain anyone different as well in this team? If we put the team into the lineup builder as well, I think it scores pretty good. Yeah. 73, 44% chance to hit 270. Captain Cook? you only want me to Captain Cook because it sounds like a pirate. Captain Cook. I didn't know this actually. I honestly didn't know this, but Lewis Cook is on corners as well. I did not know that until I won him. I quite like Lewis Cook anyway. He's a player that has, I think, more to offer. And he's still quite young. He's only like 26, right? And when I thought about it, you guys know that next season I want to run a Premier League rare in-season team. And obviously you can have one classic card in an in-season team. So I was thinking, well, I might as well hold on to him because then it's starting my rare Premier League like teams for next season. But I didn't know that he was on the corners. And if I go onto the stats here, he's taken quite a few. We look at the last 40 and we go down to corner takers here. He's taken 71 corners over the last 40 games or so. Doughty's taken 143. Look at that. Luton have a lot of corners. And this is largely where I think he gets his assist from. He doesn't assist goals very often. He's only got 3 over the last year. And then he's got 8 over the past kind of 100 or so games, right? Which for a defensive midfielder is pretty good. But he's largely getting them from corners. So it's another reason to hold on to him. Because when he does get that kind of decisive, and with his AA that he has, look, he can hit AAs of like 30. Here, look, 30, 30 here, no decisive. He's definitely got it in him to hit a really big score. Is Bournemouth safe from relegation? Pretty much, yeah. They have 41 points. The last time I looked, they have 41 points. Let's have a little look. Yeah, they have 41 points. So the general rule is you hit 40 points minimum and you should be safe. So yeah, I think they're good. Yeah, so it was another reason why I thought, well, I should keep hold of him because then that's already starting me off with a Premier League in-season team or even a Premier League Classic team next season. If Bournemouth were down here, then I think if they were really at risk of relegation, which they're not, but if they were, then it might have changed whether I kept him or not. Because then I'd be looking at, well, Lewis Cook, he probably doesn't go down to the Championship to play. There might be another club that wants to pick him up, or maybe he does stay, I don't know. But it just would reduce the appeal. But yeah, luckily, they're in a good position. So this is what I'm thinking at the moment for the Cap 240 rare team. Dominguez has a very good game and a huge pick score. Look, a triple A. But Dominguez, we can't fit into this team with his L15 of 56. And when we do play Dominguez, we want to play him with our other Quito boys of Quintero and POV, which we can't do in here. I like it. The other kind of combination that I was thinking of, instead of Stefan Garteman here, I was actually flirting with the idea of playing Anto Grigic in here. So Anto Grigic has pretty much the same cost as a Gartenman. You can see that we have 1 point left over, and Gartenman costs 51. So we can afford to play a Grigic in here at 52, and Grigic actually has a really good away game against Grasshopper, who are like 11th, and they're doing really badly, and there's a good opponent score. But what I was thinking is that, well, if I play Anto Grigic here, he doesn't have the potential to give us 10 points from a clean sheet bonus, right? Because Grigic is a midfielder. Whereas Garteman at home against Dundee has the potential to give us 10 points alone added onto his score from a clean sheet. And that's why I like playing two defenders in a Cap 240. Because if the aim is to get to that line of 270, then having two defenders that can just give you 10 points each from a clean sheet bonus is going to massively help you to get over the line for 270. So I think that's why. And if you look at Garteman here, if we look at the defenders here, sorry, and we filter by the clean sheets, you can see that Quintero has a high percentage for a clean sheet. So does Smolcic, but we wouldn't play those two in 240 because they're too high in the L15s. Then Morales has a 42% chance for a clean sheet, and Garteman has a 36% chance for a clean sheet. So they actually have quite high percentages there, where they could get 10 points each added onto their score, and that is going to massively help us get to 270, and potentially more than that as well. I also quite like the fact that these are home games as well. So I will try to place a bit more of a preference on home games over away. But it's not the sort of thing that guides me. It's like, well, if you've got a defender playing at home, they're more likely to keep a clean sheet than they are away most of the time. And the fact these two are playing at home is great. So I think this is pretty solid. What's interesting, look at this here, right? Maybe it won't do it because I have Cap 220 in here as well. Let's remove that. And then just remember this, guys, right? So we have a score of 73 and we have 44% chance to hit 270, right, with this team. And this is probably the team that we're going to do. If we remove this here, and then if we do suggest a lineup, look at the team that is built by the tool. Maybe it does a slightly different one because the pick scores are always, yeah, it does a slightly different one. So yesterday it was telling me to play, it was actually telling me to play Dominguez in here with Quintero and then Robin Molon in here. Molon has like a really low L15, but he's just not a good scorer at the moment. But today, because the pick scores are always changing, it's instead telling me to do Quintero, Kofi, Lewis Cook. Okay, so we have these two already. And it's telling me to do Monteiro. Quintero is the captain. And then Anthony Uja, who is a sub player. And this is the crazy thing sometimes about the soraredata tool. This is why it's really good to not get used to the soraredata tool. Because there's no way you would put a sub player in here. I love Anthony Uja, but you need to target starters for Cap 240. And so even though this score is higher with 77, and according to soraredata, it has a higher percentage to hit the 270, it does not make sense at all to take a player out of our stack, because we have Dominguez, Firquito, and POV, to then play in here alone, and then to play a sub player to potentially get sub points of 25. So I always say it, I love soraredata, and I think it's such a good tool to help guide you, but you should never rely on the soraredata tool just telling you that's the team I need to be playing. Because if you just do that, you're going to end up with some disappointing results, and you will not really understand why. Yeah, it is a bit weird. I mean, maybe Uja does start. I'd like him to start more because I think that he should start more, but at the moment he's not. So yeah, his L15 at 29 is kind of attractive. That's the thing. Because if he does come on, then he costs 29, he then gives you 25, but then if he gets a goal, right, or an assist, he's going to jump from 29 to 60 pretty easily. But you can't do that in Cap 240. It's got to be starters, isn't it? So yeah, not that team, but probably this team. I've kind of not really found a better combo than that at the moment. It's a little bit of a shame that we can't play Smolcic and Zalahi in Cap 240 anymore, because you guys know that I was like basically playing Smolcic and Zalahi as the two guys that I played every week in 240. But because they've been doing so good, their L15s have got so high now, I can't fit them in. And so I have those two guys now in Cap 270, which I'll show you in a minute. A little bit surprised that Lewis Cook had such a high pick score against Man United. Look at this here. How embarrassing is this for a Man United fan that Man United go into this fixture not as the favourites to win against Bournemouth? Can you believe that? I mean, that is, talk about a fall from grace here. That Man United, who are 6th place here, are going into this fixture as the underdogs. It's embarrassing. So bad. That, yeah, Bournemouth have a 40% chance according to the odds there. Do you have no teams in the new format comps? I have teams in the new format, but I don't have many because I think that there's better opportunities to win in the old format compared to the new format. So this is what I've got in Cap 240. You can see that I've got this team for Cap 220 at the moment, which I think is pretty solid. Of Zubsuk, Benitez, who's got a really low L15, Grigic, Peter Musa, Hoyos. That's a banging team. That's a really strong team on paper that could do very well. I like it a lot. And then we're running with Smolcic, Salai in here. So we've kind of got this double stack going on. And then Fortaleza in here. The teams that I've got in the new format at the moment are Premier League in season, which is the Luton Town team. This is the main one, which is going to do terrible because it's against Man City this weekend, right? So, which is why we're playing it in Division 5, so we can't get relegated. And then I have a champion team, which is a throwaway. So this is complete throwaway. Then Challenger, we've got 3 teams in Challenger. This is a bit of a throwaway punty team because, Room is up against PSV away. So he's going to do shocking. He's going to get like a negative decisive. And then we've got Victor Edvardsen, who's not starting anymore. Molon, who's not really been doing it. And then we've got Papi and Monteiro, who have an away fixture. So this team is in here because why not? Why not, throw it into the bottom division and get some use out of the cards? But this is not going to win anything. I'd be really surprised if it even ends up getting promoted. This is the community team. And then this is a team that I have in Division 1 that I'll see if we can do really well with. And then in Contender, I've now got the full Universidad Católica stack, which we're going to play in Division 2. Even though their fixture's not that great, we'll try it. I don't mind getting relegated, but obviously we want to try and stay in Div 2 or go Div 1. And then I've got this here, which needs work. I've just put this together. You can see that we have a DMP goalkeeper. Biaki, last time I looked, is injured. So I need to redo this anyway. That's not really an important one. And those are pretty much the new season or the new format teams there. Yeah, I've been avoiding the new format, yeah. I've been avoiding it. I basically used the new format to put my punty or throwaway teams in, and I've been just still focusing on the old format. And the reason being is that with the new format, everyone's now thinking they need to play their teams in the new format, right? So what that means is that there's a bit of an exodus of entries from the old format. So now the old formats are having very few entries in them compared to the rewards that are still in there. So you have a much better chance of winning rewards in the old format in many cases. And you'll see here as well that it's been working out for me because look, the new format came into play in Game Week 461, I believe. And in Game Week 461, we won 2 rewards there, right? A rare and a limited. Then in Game Week 463, we won Anthony Ujar, again in the old format. Also in the old format, in the next game week, we won 2 limited cards there. 1 in 240, 1 in All-Star. And then in the game week 465, so last weekend, we then won another card in the old format. So we've been smashing it in the old format. And that's not a coincidence. Like, as an example, Ligma, if we look at All-Star, okay, this is the All-Star team that I have for the weekend at the moment. All-Star Rare, there are 630 rare cards to be won in there. At the moment, there's only 1,900 entries in there. 630. There's 1,900. You've got a 1 in 3 chance of winning something in here. Now, obviously, there's still time for people to enter, but this is unlikely to get to 6,300 because a lot of the teams that should or would have been entered in here are being entered into the new format, which means at the moment, with Sorare still not getting loads of new people joining, it then means that the teams are spread across more competitions, right? So this is already looking really good in comparison. If we were to look at, I don't know, Contender, because we have a team in Contender Div 2, right? There's 112 rare cards in here. There's 793 entries in there. So this is already getting to the point where you don't have a very good chance of winning a card. I mean, you kind of do, but you don't. See what I mean? Like, you have a 1 in 3 chance to win a card in All-Star. In here, you're getting close to having a 10% chance to win a card. So, yeah. And I actually sent a tweet out about this yesterday, that this one here. So my gallery is much more suited to the old format. And it's not only much more suited to it, but it actually makes a lot more sense to be going into the old format than the new format because there are less entries in the old format and there's a ton of cards to be won in there. So more cards plus less entries in there means you have a higher chance to win cards in there. I don't know whether this was intentionally, that's how it's supposed to work since they released a new format, but that's how I can see it right now, is that a lot of the old formats, they don't have anywhere near the same level of entries that they were getting before the new format, but the prizes on offer are still really high. Look, 326 rares in here, 1,300 entries in here. Again, remember, If there's 326, then there should realistically be 3,260 to give yourself that standard 10% chance on Sorare to get a card. At the moment, you've got kind of like a 1 in 3 chance here to win. And this will increase, we know that will, but what I've been seeing is that the old formats are much more attractive to enter than the new formats are, because you have a higher chance to win a card because there are less entries, but there's still a load of cards in there. Have you checked out Sorare Pack's website yesterday? Yeah, sorry. Apparently supposed to help visualize what comps have higher chances of rewards. I don't think I have. Sorare Packs? What's the link? Have you got a link there? Is it sorarepacks.com? All right, let's try it. Is this a site that we can trust here? Because I'll be honest with you, I don't like this already, that we've gone on to a site, there's no information at all, and it's telling us to connect with Sorare. Like, I don't like, this is not inspiring me with a lot of confidence. Like, this is the landing page, it's like, connect with Sorare, why? Like, what is this site about? You know, if I didn't know it, what is this site about? I'm not connecting with Sorare. This probably is an okay site, but I don't like that at all, and I don't trust it at the moment. It's different when you go on soraredata. Let's say you didn't know what soraredata was all about, and you go onto the homepage, and it looks legit, and if you connect to it, it tells you why you're connecting, what this whole tool's about. Sorare Packs doesn't say anything at all. Let's go on here. I'm not connecting my account to that. And I could be being like harsh here, but because I'm sure that this guy is probably quite genuine. But maybe just a bit of feedback for them is that if you go onto a website and it doesn't say anything other than just connect, it's a big no-no. It's a big no-no for me. So if you guys are using it, if you guys are using it, if it's good, then great, but that's the sort of thing I wouldn't connect my account with. I don't trust it. There's no other information. Look, who's running it? Nah, not at all. Yeah. Like, this guy's probably very genuine, but what what I think he has to do is he has to give me a reason as to why I should connect here. Because honestly, if you just like, this is just a general rule of thumb. If you click on a link and it takes you to a site and it's asking you to connect a wallet or connect with your Sorare credentials or any kind of credentials at all, right? But that website does not tell you anything about what the site does, who's running it, why you're connecting with it. If you get into that habit of doing it, you will end up connecting to the wrong website that will scam you and steal all your stuff. I'm not saying that this website is going to be doing that, but it is a very good habit to get into where you don't connect with everything just because a site says connect your credentials. You have to show me why, and you have to sort of give me the confidence to share my credentials with you. If you don't, like, there's no information here, I'm not going to do it. So if anybody knows Sorare Packs, then feel free to feed that back to them. They've probably got a really good tool here, but they're not doing a good job of selling that tool to users, because nobody knows really what this is, right? So yeah, just be careful, guys, honestly. Don't just connect to anything and everything just because it says connect to it. If you don't trust it, or if it doesn't give you enough of a reason to connect with it, like it's not like telling you why, it's not showing you why, just probably don't do it. All right, let's take a quick break here. I'll be back in 5, guys. All right. All right, guys, we're back again. So just took a quick breather. We've been live for about an hour and a half now. We've just been talking about my gallery, special weeklies in Sorare. We've been doing a little bit of throw your hat in the ring, so a little bit of pooky predictions too, and also just looking at lineups that I'm planning on entering for the week. I have seen, I'm just catching up with the chat now. Hello to Twisted Fortune. What I will do, so this is just for Twisted, is I already said to Twisted a long time ago that he could redeem the coupon. So I've also said to Twitch Gaming that he can redeem it. So because I already kind of committed to those two guys, they will be able to do it. But for the moment, we're not doing it. So those two guys will be able to redeem it when we next activate it. But yeah, at the moment, it's kind of been put on hold for the time being. Yeah, will there be a new coupon to replace Show Me the Money? I'm not removing Show Me the Money. That's the thing. So it's not like I'm removing it. It's going to remain. I just want to put it on the back burner for the time being. Just until I see a little bit of a change around some of the engagement metrics on the channel. So I might just put it on hold for like a month, for example, and then after a month, I might decide, okay, it's a good time to bring it back. So that's why I'm not removing it, because I quite like it and I like the idea of it, but we have to do it when it feels like it's helping the channel rather than hurting the channel. At the moment, unfortunately, I feel like it's been hurting the channel more than helping. So yeah, but Twisted, I've already said that I would do that for him. So don't worry, Twisted, you will be able to get a card bought from myself the next time we open it up. You just might have to wait a little bit longer for it now. And the same for Twitch Gaming as well. Yeah, that's okay. That's cool, man. All good. Yeah, I think it's just one of those things where we have like such a good community in here, right? You guys are so cool. Like, so many of you jump on and you really support the channel, and it means so much to me. It really does, right? But I think also we've just seen a couple of streams recently where it's just been a little bit flat, and there hasn't really been lots going on, and maybe some of that's to do with me as well, and some of the stuff we cover. But yeah, it's just not quite been the level that I would like it to be at, and so I've just been looking at a few things on the stream, and one of them that I noticed was that, yeah, that was probably hurting it more. And then I was thinking, well, like, if I was not the streamer, if I was like maybe the viewer, and if I knew that I could get a card for £10, right? But I didn't necessarily need to do anything other than just tune in, then would I potentially just be tuning in and then just kind of do it, like literally tuning in and then just stepping away and just going out, for example, but you're then still tuned in, right? I don't know. So yeah, something that I need to think about. We talked about maybe tying some engagement metric into the Show Me the Money, where it's kind of like a mix of getting to 75,000, but then also having posted X amount of messages in the chat, or done X amount of interactions or actions in the chat or on the stream over, like, you know, over a time period or something. I haven't quite figured it out yet, but I need to work on it. Yeah. But honestly, lurking's fine. Like, that's the thing. Like, lurking's fine, but yeah, I think we've also just seen an instance where there's maybe been not enough going on in the streams, and I've even had some people reach out to me. I'm not kidding. So it's not something that like I'm saying out of nowhere. I've actually had people reach out to me to sort of say, like, what's going on? Like, why, where is everyone in the chat? Because they said they enjoyed the chat, they enjoyed the stream. Sorry, they're like, there's a good community in there, but it's a bit quiet sometimes as well. And I said, I don't know, I need to figure it out. So anyways, all good. I think part of it as well comes down to me, right? So I think the way that I've often run the streams has been where I can kind of talk about things non-stop, right? And I think one of the habits that I need to get out of is just talking consistently for like 5 hours. Because if you do that, then it's very easy for the stream to become more like a podcast, where you can just sit back and listen to it rather than it being a bit more two-way and a bit more interactive. So yeah, it's just there's a few things that I need to just tweak, and one of those was show me the money being put on hold, and then another one of those is just changing the delivery, the format maybe of the streams. So I've got a couple of ideas about how to do it. Yeah, Big Merc, you are on every day. Yeah. The thing is, what I love about you, Big Merc, is that I know you're on every day, and I know you could be doing stuff right whilst you're on. So you say often that you're at the gym, which I think is great. So you be at the gym, you listen to it in the background. Then we kind of see you, you jump in the chat, you get involved, you talk to others, you offer ideas, and you just engage, right? But we know that you dip in and out, which is great. I think looking at the metrics, I just saw a few instances where we had just probably a bigger proportion than what I would like, where there's kind of tuning in and then tuning out, but then there's nothing in between, right? And that indicates it's just farming for the coupons. So yeah, don't worry, guys. I'm gonna think about something to figure it out. Yeah, I say I'm always happy for feedback. So if you guys have some ideas about what things you'd like to see more, what things you'd like to see less, whether you have ideas about what could be done better, done differently, then I've always said, and I will always say and continue to say, just drop me a message on Discord or drop me a message on Twitter or even on Twitch here if you've got ideas about what you think could improve the streams or make them better. I'm all ears, honestly. I'm all ears to hear it. So feel free to reach out to me, and then I can talk to you off the stream, and then try and take those ideas and suggestions on board, and just try and bring them into the streams. Right? Let's go back to the lineups here. Yeah, you are. I know you're Italian. Yeah, I remember from your accent when you sent me the voice message on Discord. Twisted. Yeah, yeah. Good old Luca Ragnar. We like Luca Ragnar. He is he's a friend of the stream. He puts a lot of effort in as well into his stream, so I quite like it. Yeah, I think you're right, Twisted. It's actually been. I was going to write a tweet about it. I don't know whether I will anymore, but one of the things that I felt too was that maybe the level of interest and engagement overall on Sorare has dropped a little bit. And some of that might just be down to the game itself. I think a lot of it is also down to other games because there's so many good games out there that what Sorare always need to be aware of is that they are competing in a very competitive gaming industry, right? And people have very finite, limited amount of time to play games today. And so Sorare, to be fair, takes up a lot of time when you get into it. But it's the type of game where you don't mind spending the time because it's fun and you can really dive deep into it, and you can lose yourself to player scouting, right? And lineup building and all that sort of stuff. But I think also what Sorare probably need to remember is that they're not the only game out there. If people want to play games, then there are loads of other games out there. And especially if they are playing games, it doesn't even need to be sports, Web3, digital collectibles, right? Just games in general. If another game is more fun, if another game is more rewarding, then that game is probably going to get more of the time. So that's why it frustrates me when we see the Sorare team try to do things in the game, but time and time again, they kind of do things which they take one step forward and then they take two steps back, or they continually do things which are not going to increase the level of engagement, excitement, involvement in the game. They do things which are going to frustrate more. They do things which are going to turn people off more. And that's what really annoys me, is that they almost make it harder for them to increase the interest and the appeal of the game and to increase the user base when they do such silly things like Rivals, for example. One of the tweets that I'm going to be sending out today is about Rivals, okay? Rivals was released 3 months ago to the day. Today, right? It was released on the 11th of January, right? 3 months ago to the day. Have we seen 3 months worth of improvement or progress in this game mode since it was released 3 months ago? And this is a legit question to everyone in the chat. I'm not trying to catch anyone out here. I would genuinely love to know, and it's going to be a tweet that I put out later today. Do we feel after 3 months that this is much better, significantly better, any better? Like, when you look at this here, do you guys think that we've seen progress here, enough progress in 3 months? I'd love to know. So that's a question for the whole chat. And I'll give you my opinions afterwards as well. But I would just love to know, 3 months in, do we feel that this game mode is where it should be after being launched 3 months ago? If you do, great. I want to hear it. Let me know why. Let me know, yeah, you think it is, and these are the reasons why. If you don't, I also want to hear that too. So let me know in the chat, because yeah, I want to hear all different opinions if I can. Yes, I agree with Malv. I pause buying players so I scout less and study less and watch FT less. Oh, don't watch me less, because you're always welcome in here, Twisted Fortune. So we want to see you more in here, not less, ideally. But I get it. I get what you're saying. Twisted Fortune, I don't even bother redeeming the coupons anymore. It's funny. I jumped into Sellers' stream yesterday for a little bit, for like 10, 15 minutes or so. Because, we didn't stream yesterday. I was doing something else, actually. And then I had like 10, 15 minutes where I could jump into Sellers' stream. And I don't tend to jump into streams enough, actually, unfortunately. But I thought, let's just jump in. And the first thing I said to Sellers, and he laughed, is he was on this screen, actually. And I said to him, like, when you have a ticket to claim, it kind of highlights purple, doesn't it? And I said to Sellers, like, oh, like jokingly, all Sellers, you got to make sure that you redeem that ticket. You don't want to miss out on your Rivals ticket. You kind of, like just being cheeky and just knowing that he doesn't like it, doesn't play it. And he said to me, he doesn't even bother redeeming them anymore. He doesn't give a shit about it. And I think a lot of people are probably feeling like that too. I still redeem the tickets, and I don't even really know why. I'm just redeeming them just to hoard them, with the hope that one day having such a big pile of tickets behind me will then help me when this gets to if this gets to a point where I think it's good enough to really start playing a lot. Because, if it gets great one day and then I can start spending loads of tickets, then it might put me in a great position to get high up in the leaderboard. But yeah, Sellers, it's funny. Sellers says he doesn't even bother redeeming them anymore. Mouse is Rivals to this shit. Big Merc, there's been progress, ? Only play it for the specials, otherwise I don't like it. Yeah, I'm pretty much the same with Sopsy. There's the challenges, as they call them. Every now and then, if there's a challenge which I think, okay, it kind of sounds interesting, or it's a game that I was going to follow anyway, then I might do the challenge. But I'll be honest with you, I didn't actually do all the challenges this week because the challenges from yesterday, I didn't bother doing at all. But the challenges from Tuesday, I did actually do. Yeah, I done these ones here. But if the challenges weren't there, where you could win anything decent, I wouldn't have played these 2 games at all. But I didn't really get round to doing it yesterday. And to be honest with you, I wasn't really too bothered either. Well, I'm like pretty much in the same boat as Sopsy, where I'll play this game mode if there's a game which I was already interested in following. And then there's like a challenge as well, where if you do X thing, you could potentially win a ticket or a jersey or something really cool, right? Otherwise, I don't play it. What Rivals? Rivals is bad. I haven't played it for ages, and I'm sure I'm not the only one, says Ligmar. Free Tip Scout, Sorare advertised it as their main onboarding tool, but I can't see it having any value in engaging new players to buy cards or to keep playing Sorare. Yeah, it's a good point. It's a good point. We need monthly leaderboards with better rewards, for example, or else what we're playing for. We do. I think the question that I have for you and also for everyone is that why don't we have it? Yeah. Like, what's the hold up? You know? What is the hold up? Why are things taking so long? Because I think it was pretty clear from the get-go, even in the beta, that if you want this to be a competitive game mode, mainly for bragging rights, okay? So there's not even any rewards in here at the moment. So at the moment, it's being pitched on mainly bragging rights, okay? Then that's fine, but that's only going to get you so far. What you're going to need is you're going to need there to be a ranked reward system in here, where then people are going to want to claim the leaderboard or climb the leaderboard, and people are going to want to play competitively. They don't even have that in here at the moment. And it's fine in a way. It's not. That should have been in the game from the start. But why is it 3 months down the line? Where is that? And we haven't even heard from the team to say that this is when you can expect a leaderboard to come into the game, like a proper leaderboard. They're so silent around what they're doing. And I think that adds to the frustration with this here, is that it's kind of okay, even though it's not, that this is not really in a great position. But tell people, give people a time frame as to when they can expect things. You know, like, what is the one big thing that the team are working on Rivals right now? Nobody in the Sorare community can tell you that the next big thing on Rivals is this here. Nobody knows. Nobody knows what is their priority right now in Rivals. And what it does actually is that if you're a new player in the game and you come in and you see this game mode, you play it, you get bored after a little bit, and then you don't even see any progress being made, and then you don't even hear really from the team what they are doing to improve it, it starts to give you vibes that this is a dead game mode. And that the only thing that hasn't been stated is that the team actually then haven't come out and officially said they've abandoned it. Now, they haven't abandoned it, but it's giving out those vibes that because you're not seeing the progress and you're not hearing about when the progress is coming or what they're doing on it, it gives you the vibe that this is bombed, way worse than what they thought, and that basically they're not really going to be supporting it anymore. Whereas if they're talking about, this is what we're going to be doing, this is the next big thing that you can expect on Rivals, and this is roughly when you can expect it, you're like, okay, they're hard at work, they're busy, this is something to be excited about, right? There's a carrot on the end of the stick. But there's nothing from the team. And I don't know how many times they need to be told until we're red in the face, really. But anyways, let's have a quick look at more of the comments here. Nothing improved with Rivals apart from offering these real-life experiences, which we do not know how they choose the winner. Yeah, true. Lunch break is over. I need to go. Might jump in after. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Twisted. Twisted Fortune, thank you, man, for jumping in. Always a pleasure to see you. I only do the chance of a limited card challenges. I have no interest in the one. You have no interest? That's an interesting one. So Con here says he has an interest in the limited card challenges, but he does not have an interest in the once in a lifetime experiences. That's interesting. Why is that? Because I think for a lot of people, it's the other way around. That winning that once in a lifetime experience is probably the most attractive thing about playing Sorare, is that you can do these things that you can't do there once in a lifetime, right? So why is it the other way around for you? Free Tip Scout, I don't get it. Basically, every single online game has monthly leaderboards where you can win stuff. For me, it looks like Sorare is trying to be too complicated with their game. Instead of going with the easier, most obvious things, we don't need a full gaming revolution in 1 year. It's not a sprint. It feels like their effort of trying to be miles ahead of everyone hurts the game more than it benefits it. Yeah, but I also think it's a really very good point, and I agree with so much of what you said there, Twitch Gaming. I also think, and I think Sorare are very, very guilty of doing this too often. Master the basics. Master the basics first. Once you master the basics, then you have a platform to start doing and being more creative and doing bigger, more riskier, different things, right? But master the basics first. We've got examples here of the team not even being able to master the basics with a game mode. Master the basics first. Walk before you can run. It feels like too often that Sorare are trying to run before they can walk, and then they realize that they're then tripping up, and so that it then gets to a crawl, and then they're then working from a crawl to then walk. You know? Whereas what they should be doing is they should be, during beta and user testing, thinking about putting something out which is a nice walk, right? And then once it's launched, they then add and they iterate, they love that word. They then start to improve and update it, which then takes it from a walk to then a light jog, right? And then from a light jog, it then takes it into a fast jog and then a sprint, right? You get the point. What we're getting with a lot of what Sorare are doing is that they're launching things and they're trying to run at a sprint, but they haven't built themselves up to that sprint yet. As in, there's no basics there. There's no foundation. The foundation is super flimsy. And then they're then realizing, okay, we've missed that. We've left that out. That doesn't really work that great. That's kind of broken. So why don't we fix that now? And it's like, well, that is not the way to do it, because that is actually how you lose people. They get turned off. They think it's shit what you've released here, when it actually probably could be amazing, but you've just not mastered the basics yet. Once in a lifetime, you got to get your flight tickets and accommodations. So yeah, you win the experience, but you got to spend. Yeah, it's true actually. Yeah, with those you've got to. There's like additional costs, isn't there? Yeah, I think for a while I've been saying that they really should be, if they can't cover the whole cost, then they should be probably saying they cover the cost up to X amount. Because if you win it and you're in like South America, for example, and you need to go to Europe, then you might be willing to do it if the cost was slightly reduced for you, right? If they contributed to some of the cost, if they can't fully cover them. But because they don't cover the cost of travel and accommodation, it's very expensive for a lot of people. And so these once in a lifetime experiences are then never in a lifetime experiences for those that do win, that then can't afford to get to it. Because you then can't, Sorare then don't cover the cost. So I think with Sorare, these once in a lifetime experiences are great. I really do think for the big ones that they should be covering the costs, Yeah, agree. Rivals, remove the shitty new tickets in a box. Just give $1 market credit for every arena win. And then the merch and cards in boxes. I don't think they could give away $1 credit for every arena win. They'll be giving away a lot of money. But I think your point is pretty good, though. Maybe the value could be different. There are so many worthless tier 5 cards in game. You can give out for 3 straight wins. Once a person has, let's say, 2 cards and $5 to $6 of market credit, they will add their own bit of money to the game to get a full squad. Yeah, but I think that they should be doing that, yeah. In the rewards here, like the fact that this is the only way to win anything from it is laughable, to be honest with you. There should be other ways to win stuff, like meaningful stuff. And we've seen that in, for example, NFL Rivals, where you can win different currencies in different ways, and the different currencies have a use and a value in the game, because then you can buy stuff with them, which can then help you progress in the game and eventually work your way up towards getting NFT cards and building a bigger, better team. At the moment, Rivals is so disconnected from Pro that you could play Rivals and not have any incentive or clear reason to want to spend money in the game and then eventually get into Pro. And as Twitch Gaming said, this is supposed to be the main onboarding tool for Sorare. I don't know how successful it's been. They don't share that information, but I would love to know that information, because from a new, even though I'm not a new user, if I was a new user, I would get bored of this really quickly. And this wouldn't incentivize me to play Pro. In fact, what I would probably end up doing is I would play this initially just to get the hang of Sorare. And then I would think, okay, it's fine, but it's a little bit boring, repetitive. There's not much depth to it. The rewards suck. I can only win a reward box, and I've got a 95% chance to win more tickets. That's not for me at all. So then what I would probably do is I would then check out the Pro. And then what I would do is I would probably then start playing Pro more. So maybe that's the strategy, to make rivals as shit as possible, so that then the new people that come on are like, okay, I'm bored of this. What's the next game mode? And then they start playing Pro. maybe that's the plan all along. Let's go into here. But yeah, so the question was, Rivals, let's do a quick one. Rivals was released 3 months ago. Yes or no, has Rivals achieved in 3 months what you thought it was going to achieve? Yes or no? If you think yes, then type Y in the chat. If you think no, type N in the chat. So 3 months ago, Rivals was released in the game. Has it achieved the heights that you thought it would after 3 months? Has it achieved that level of good game mode and all the hype that came with it? Because remember, this was heavily hyped, right? This was hyped by Sorare. This was hyped by the community, that this was going to be a game-changing game mode. This was going to be the thing that was going to transform Sorare and attract the masses. Like, millions were going to onboard with this, right? We're only 3 months in. It's still very early doors, or early days, not early doors. But before this was released, then when it was released, did you think that it would be in a better or bigger position after 3 months? Because I can tell you now that I did. And I think it's massively bombed. There's a lot of N's in the chat. Yeah. It has achieved the lows I expected. I think what's really disappointing here, this is something which I don't want to keep hating on Rivals, because you guys know that I think it's a joke. And I'm sure it will get better. But I think the way that it's been managed has been quite typical of how Sorare have been managing things, right? They do a lot of good things, but then they also drop the bomb so often, or drop the ball. Sorry, not drop the bomb. Although they have kind of dropped the bomb here, because they've kind of imploded their own mission to have a good game mode. But for me, one of the things that's so disappointing about Rivals is that I would maybe, right, and this is a big maybe, but I would maybe give it a little bit more slack if I knew that this game mode was released without any user testing, without a beta, right? Without any prior planning and just seeing whether they can launch something that everyone wants, right? So if they just developed this and they launched it raw, right, with no testing, with no beta period or anything, I'd be like, okay, maybe if they'd have put that in a beta, then we wouldn't have had this game mode the way it is at launch, right? Or it wouldn't then be in this situation after 3 months. The worst thing about this is that there was a beta. This was exactly what it looked like and what it was in the beta. And I think the beta they ran for like 3 months in itself, minimum 3 months. And they got a lot of feedback on it during the beta that what we have today, that it's boring, it's repetitive, there's no rewards in there. It doesn't really incentivize you to buy pro cards. The layout of it looks horrible. It's not very user-friendly. Like basically everything that you don't like about Rivals, they knew 6 months ago. But then they launched it without actioning any of that feedback. And then 3 months after launch, we're pretty much still in the same boat. A good example of this here is around, we were saying, can you give us the option to see the game sorted by earliest kickoff to latest kickoff? We said this in the first basically week when it was launched 3 months ago. Why do we not have that? Like, what's taking so long to add that function, that feature into the game where people can sort by games from earliest to kickoff, or they can filter by the games that they have pro cards for example? Where is that? Because if you're telling me that that takes more than 3 months to do, then I would tell them back that you have a problem there then, because I'm not even a programmer, but I can tell you that that does not take 3 months to add that functionality into the game. So either they're super disorganized at Sorare, or they have so much bureaucracy and politics going on behind the scenes that is slowing the deployment of new features and new functions in their game, right? Are they having too many meetings? Are they going back and forth? Are too many people getting involved to sign stuff off? Because it's taking too long to just get small little features that could make a big difference in the game. We're seeing nothing at all at the moment. So it's Rivals, but it's not what we thought. It's not the Rivals game that we were hoping for. The old kickoff in the academy was the best time for the free-to-play players. I agree. Yeah, I agree. I actually said to them at the time, I didn't think that they should get rid of academy. And I know that there was a lot of, during the time when they announced they were getting rid of academy, a lot of people in the community were like, that's an amazing idea, good decision. I don't think it was. I thought academy was great. I thought academy was really good. I thought it was smart. It was cordoned off. It was a nice kind of way to introduce people to the game. There was nothing, in my opinion, really wrong with that. I think it just needed a bit more time to be fleshed out, right? So they could have improved the user friendliness of it, as they can usually. They could have expanded that idea a bit more. Maybe their data told them though that academy just was not onboarding anywhere near and converting anywhere near as many free-to-play as they were hoping for, which is why they then dropped it entirely and they thought, let's do something that is a lot more pick up and play casual, because that is the big problem that we're seeing in the data, that it's taking too long for free-to-play casual players to do academy, right? Maybe that is the reason. Again, we don't know because they don't share that. But then that's why they focused on this here. But obviously the problem with this is the idea is good, but the execution is shocking. The execution is so bad at the moment that the idea could be, could be the best idea ever. But if you implement it badly and hurriedly, without actually making it user-friendly, fun, rewarding, then the only result you're going to get are users that just don't have the time for it, that just don't think it's that good, and just end up moving away from it. Free tip scout, semi-automated offside technology is on its way next season in the Premier League. Interesting. The 3 stages and having to complete tasks to progress was incredible. Agree, yeah. I thought it was good progression. It felt like you were getting somewhere and that there was a reason to keep playing Academy and to keep going back and to keep trying to improve. Here at the moment, this is just for me. Maybe it's not for you. I just don't see the point in playing this here when there's not really anything at the end of the road. Not really. It just seems like a waste of time. Whereas pro's great because, you put the time into pro, scouting, lineup building, like buying players, staying on top of your teams, then you get the rewards from it. There's something at the end of the stick. Does anybody actually, this is a question for the chat. Does anybody actually think, this is a big question, by the way. Does anybody think that Rivals is going to be scrapped by the end of the year or before? Does anybody actually think that this is a possibility now, that Rivals could just be completely binned and that they then look at something else, to a completely different direction, a completely different game mode to try and onboard people? That's a question that I would love to hear your opinions on. You guys don't think so? You think they've probably invested too much into it now? Okay. Maybe a full turnaround, but they won't scrap it. They really put their bets on it, didn't they? They bet basically their house on it. When they were talking this up, they were saying that they were putting everything on it, that this was going to be the thing that would take Sorare into the mainstream, Rivals. Very bold, very big prediction and a bold claim. So I kind of agree with you, is that because they've basically put everything down on Rivals being the game-changing moment, that they probably couldn't realistically abandon this so soon within a year, because everything they put into, especially the marketing, right? They put a lot into the marketing with the partners to try and promote this, right? And to try and get this as the vehicle that brings loads of people in. They don't know. They haven't started that yet. They haven't started that. One of the things that Dan Sorare has mentioned, I don't actually know whether they've mentioned it in the mainstream, like on the main channels to everyone, but he definitely mentioned it in the feedback group, is that when they launched Rivals, they had this plan to be ramping up the development, the improvements, and then ramping up the marketing. So even though it was launched globally, they considered the launch to be a soft launch, and they were then going to use that period of that soft launch period to take the feedback on board and to improve it, so that then when they go and globally launch it properly with proper big marketing and advertising, they've then got a game mode that then is going to satisfy much more. So they effectively are using the soft launch as like an extended beta period, but just in a live environment, which is why we kind of have this game mode, which is really frustrating and is causing an unhappy experience, because that's the sort of thing that you want to try and avoid in a live environment, that you want to try and identify in a beta and then correct in the beta. So you then launch it live and it's pretty much ticking most of the boxes, right? But they've done it, as Sorare tend to do, they've done it differently, where the beta was mainly just testing the concepts which they wanted to run in the live. And then in the live, they then wanted to see whether those concepts held up in with real users, right? And they've then seen that it's not. So their plan is to start ramping up the marketing and the advertising once they correct and they improve the game. And so potentially this could get like really big. and the game mode could get so much more better, right? And then if that happens, then the marketing would then start to kick in, because then you've got a game mode which people are going to want to play more. At the moment, can you imagine if they started to market this hard and started to advertise this game mode hard, with the game being in the state that it is right now? They'd waste a load of money on the advertising and marketing. They would probably attract loads of people, but they would definitely not be able to keep them, because it's just not good enough, not fun enough, not addictive enough, not rewarding enough for those people that you would attract to want to stay in the game, play it, and then eventually transition to pro. Yeah, it's true though. It's a good point from Beast. They don't really do much more around just advertising the experiences. I agree. Sopsy says it's just a mode to get around some laws like in France. That's all it was ever meant to do. I don't think so. No. I think you're partially right there, where offering this type of game mode means that they can better comply with some of the regulations around the game in France. But I don't actually think that was the sole reason. I think it was just another reason as to why they wanted to do this. But if you think about the pro game mode, this is a game mode in itself that is very, it takes a lot of time. It takes a lot of time. It can almost be like a full-time job sometimes to be scouting and lineup building in Sorare. And there are so many users out there that won't want to play a game like this. And with Sorare's ambitions to be like a mass adoption game, they have to make the game more casual, which is, I think, also why they decided to do this. But I don't think it's the main reason or the only reason to comply with the French laws. I think that was part of it, but they needed a Sorare light version, which is kind of what this is, but it's just not very good at the moment. All right. Do we have any more throw your hats in the rings at all? Do we have any more takers for throw your hat in the ring? I can't believe that we have so few predictions here. This is a completely free to participate competition that I run every week, where you can win limited cards. You don't even need to have a Pooky account to play this here. You just simply need to give me a game and a score, and then you can win a Sorare card. We are not getting a lot of predictions here, so if you have a prediction that you want to do, let me know. Yeah. Everybody's saving up for Show Me the Money, which isn't happening anymore. So they're going to be a bit disappointed when they realize that. Okay. No, it's on hold. I'm not doing Show Me the Money anymore for the time being. It's not being removed, but nobody can claim it. Probably need to put that, don't I? As maybe I need to put that as a pin tweet. You know what? I will put it as a pin tweet. Let's do it. Let's do it. Where is it? Let me put something in the chat here and then see if I can pin it. Show me the money is not redeemable. Let's do that. Can I pin it? If I can't pin it, I can't pin it. Twitch Gaming, can you do me a favor? Can you pin that? Can you pin that? Show me the money is not redeemable for the foreseeable future. You just pin that to the chat. I can't do it at the moment in the software that I'm using, but that'll be a big help to me, man. Thank you. Yeah, just so that everybody knows. Appreciate that, man. You legend. Thank you. All right, so we've had two more throw your hat in the rings. Okay, perfect. Good job, guys. So we've had a throw your hat in the ring from Tistil, and Tistil says 3-2 for Atlanta. Okay, 3-2 for Atlanta. This one here, 3-2 Philadelphia. All right. You sure? I'm happy to do that if you want us to do that. I just want to I want to double check with you. So you definitely want us to go for 3-2, right? If so, we'll add it in. It worked last time, so let's do it again. Love it. If it's not broken, don't fix it, right? Let's do it. 3-2. All right. Let's add that in. Let's go to the spreadsheet here. Okay, so Atlanta versus who were they just playing? Philadelphia. Okay. All right, and then we're going to go 3-2, and then we're going to do that one for Tistil. So thank you for that, Tistil. Appreciate that, man. And good luck with your prediction too. I hope you can win a Sorare card this weekend. And then the other one is Noisy Steve, and Noisy Steve wants to do Real Salt Lake versus Columbus. He wants to do 1-3. All right, so we're going to throw that in as well, Noisy Steve. And again, thank you for the prediction, man. Thank you for the prediction. Noisy_Steve. Noisy_Steve. Okay, cool. And then let's go back and let's add it in. Where are we at? Where's it gone? There we go. 1-3. So that's a good prediction. Look, that's 593 points as well. Love it. Right, done. Thank you. So we're up to 6. There's 8 more games left to predict, guys. So if you want to have a chance of winning a limited card, all you need to do is redeem the throw your hat in the ring. You'll then choose a game that you want to give me a score for. And then I put that score in, we add you to the list. And then if that prediction or that score that you've given us turns out to be the score for the game in real life, you're going to win a limited card and you get to pick what limited card you want. Malv, Free Tip Scout was away for a sec. Why not? Do you mean about Show Me the Money? We're not doing Show Me the Money anymore for the time being because it was negatively affecting the channel. So it wasn't really helping the channel. It was actually hurting the channel over a couple of weeks. So I want to put it on hold and then see if we can improve some of the metrics on the channel for engagement largely. And then if we do, then we can bring it back. Hello also to Tiago. How you doing, man? Beast is currently sitting on 359 points in Continental Knights with Tadic still to play. With the help of somebody in chat here with the Brian Ceballos pick. Love it. Love it, Beast. Yeah. Well, the thing is, though, I quite like the idea of giving out a card to you guys that support the channel, right? Because it is a nice way for me to say thank you. The community team, we've already got a lot of money in that. And the community team, we don't need to really invest any more in, right? So the community team's good. But just being able to say thank you and show an appreciation for like the support, because 75,000 coupons is a lot. But obviously 75,000 coupons can be just farmed pretty easily just from tuning in, right? And then just we never see those individuals in the chat. So I think the idea is good. I just need to tweak it so that it makes more sense for you guys and also for me, right? Free tip scout, any correct scores in the UCL? You know what? UCL's been quite a funny one, Arthur, because I was so close to getting some correct scores in the Champions League this week. Look at this here. Look, we done 2-2 for Real Madrid, Man City. It was 3-3. I done 3-2 for Bayern to beat Arsenal. It was 2-2. I done 2-2 for Atletico versus Dortmund. It was 2-1. So unlucky on that one, Twitch Gaming. And then look, I done 3-2 for PSG versus Barcelona, and it was 3-2 the other way. So annoying because I was so close to getting like amazing scores here. To be fair, we've got some good scores anyway. So it's not like we're doing badly. We're currently 152nd out of 585. But look how close we came here to getting some exact scores. Can you imagine if we'd have got all of these 100% correct? We'd be laughing. So yeah. And the funny thing is that when I done this one here, 3-2 for PSG, I was at the time thinking, maybe, this is a game that could be 3-2 the other way. But we just called it wrong. I thought PSG at home probably won't lose that 3-2. I could see them winning it more 3-2 rather than losing it. And lo and behold, they lost it 3-2, didn't they? Hello. Oh, wow. Hello to Scorps as well again. Yo, I just played Darks and you have to try it and it's only 2 hours long. No way. The whole game is only 2 hours long. Surely not. Surely not. Well, me being the gamer that I am, if it took you 2 hours, it would probably take me 30 minutes to do, right? Hello to you though, man. Thank you for jumping in again. I wasn't expecting that. Yeah, the Champions League games were so good to watch, weren't they? And we were talking earlier in the week saying that these games will probably be not so high scoring because they know that it's getting to that stage where it's getting serious now, right? So you almost want to be trying to keep it nice and controlled, and then maybe in the second leg you can go for it a bit more. But my word, they all just went for it. They went for it. Nobody held back at all. It's amazing. It means that the second legs are going to be so fun to follow. It's a puzzle game and won all of the rewards. I haven't finished it yet, though. Recorded 1 hour of gameplay. Are you going to be streaming it at all, Scorp? If you're going to be streaming it, I'll jump on and I'll check it out. A puzzle game. Interesting. Oh, it'll be a video, will it? I started playing another game, and I got more into it last night. It's another card game, but it's kind of like a Web3 crypto card game. It's very good. It's got a lot of potential. I don't know if I'm going to start streaming that, though. It's not very... it's quite difficult to follow on the stream, but in the future, if they can make improvements to that game, it could be a game that I stream more, because I think it's got big potential. With the removal of the away goal, lets teams go for it. Yeah, clearly, it does. You're right. There's no holding back. Give us your predictions in advance so we can predict the opposite. I know. Well, actually, my predictions for the German league, this is kind of funny. Look, these are all my predictions for the German league this week. We've gone for the 3-1 for every single game. And I've got to be honest with you, I think this weekend, I think we can actually get 2 exact scores here. Because there are so many games here which I can imagine being 3-1. I actually could imagine this one being 3-1, Bayern versus Cologne. Because Bayern, knowing that they have it all to play for in the second leg against Arsenal, they probably won't play their full team here. They'll probably play a mix of a few first team players and then like some backup second team players, right? So then I wouldn't expect them to score as many goals, but I would still expect them to win. And I'd probably expect them to score around 3, which is what they usually do. But then if they're not going to play all their first team players, they'll probably concede a goal as well. So this one I could see being 3-1. Same for the Leipzig game as well. There's so many I see here. Look, Stuttgart 3-1 against Frankfurt. So I probably jinxed it now, haven't I? Talking it up, saying that, yeah, we're going to get loads of correct scores. We're probably not going to get any now. I'm going to look like a complete idiot when the game week's done. It'll be a video. We need another NFL rival stream. Yeah, we probably do, don't we? Maybe I do one on Sunday because we haven't done some Sunday streams in a while. So maybe I do like an NFL rival stream. Thing is, I haven't really been playing it. That's the problem. It's not like I haven't been playing it because I don't like it, because I do. I've just not been playing it because I've been busy doing lots of other stuff. But we probably do need to have it just to mix it up, right? It could be fun. And you're coming over in summer. Oh, lovely. Oh, cool, man. That'll be fun. I want to come over to you as well because I haven't been to Slovenia in so long, and I really enjoyed it when I went to Ljubljana a lot. I had this really fun weekend where I spent the whole weekend with this Moldovan girl that I met in the hostel that I was staying at. And you know, like sometimes we just meet someone and you just click like you've known them for years, right? It was like that. It was like she was like amazing. Like it's so funny. It was like we just had that natural chemistry where she was funny and everything was flowing and there was no awkwardness and it was brilliant. Spent the whole weekend just exploring Ljubljana in the day, mainly to myself actually, and then in the evenings, just spending the evenings just partying up in Ljubljana with her, and it was so fun, and I really enjoyed it. And I love the Slovenian people. To be honest with you, the one thing, Scorp, that I didn't really get much time doing when I was in Slovenia, I didn't really eat enough Slovenian food. And that was the big regret that I had when I was in Ljubljana and Slovenia as a whole. I was like, I love going to these countries and trying your national treasure food. And I didn't really try anything. At least I don't remember trying anything anyway. And that's not like me because I try the local food whenever I go there. I don't remember trying it, which is really bad. So I'll have to come over, definitely. I want to see I've seen your studio from a video. I want to see your studio firsthand. And I also want to see like where you live and that as well. So I think I've seen it from the videos and it looks great. I love like little towns like that. Love at first sight. I don't know. It was weird though, right? Arthur, it was really weird because we really connected and we had this so much fun, right? But it was weird because she was like madly in love with a guy who was in prison, and a French guy who was in prison, funny enough. And I said, well, how long is he in prison for? You know, like thinking, like, are you going to wait for him or what's going on? I remember she said that he was in prison for like 10 years, but I was like, well, I didn't want to say it, but I did say it. I said, well, what are you going to do for the next 10 years? You know what I mean? Like you can't necessarily wait for him for the next 10 years. I mean, you could, but I'm right here. so make a decision. And she did. But it was having to deal with that initially was a bit tricky. You didn't want to be like an arsehole to say, like, yeah, forget about him. Even though it is kind of like, look, forget about him. He's in prison for 10 years. Yeah. But it was just fun, you know, like it's just nice when you meet people that are on your level, like instantly. And it's like you've known them for years and they're almost like your best mates, basically. You just have so much fun and yeah, it's great. So it made the whole experience really good. But I've been wanting to go back to Slovenia and check out more outside Ljubljana because I like going out to the outside of the big capitals as well, because that's where you get a real sense as to the country when you go outside the capitals. You go into the countryside a little bit. I was starting to talk about my team, wasn't I? Let's ask the chat here. Chat, what we saying about this team for the weekend? Let's start with Peter Musa. Scoring a goal against Seattle or blanking against Seattle? What do we reckon? Because I have big hopes on Peter Musa this season, and it's been a little bit of a struggle for Dallas so far, but he's still one of our best forwards that we've got. We're backing him for a goal or not? Yeah, I probably do have to do it before September, yeah. You guys are not backing him to score against Seattle. Wow. I mean, it is Seattle. They're defensively very good. I'm going to back him. I'm actually going to back him to score. I was considering whether I do play him or not because it is Seattle, but I really fancy him to score. And there's not really like a reason for that. I just have a feeling that he's going to get a goal. I don't think he'll score more than one if he is going to score. He's actually been playing pretty well. Look at that. 7.5, 7.2, 7.4, 7. For a forward on SofaScore, that's pretty good scoring. The only thing that hasn't been happening yet has been loads and loads of goals, right? Loads of attacking returns. But I think he's doing all the right things. So, look, he's played 5 games. He has an average of 3.4 shots per game and one of those on target per game on average. And you guys know what I always say on this, right? You ideally want to have loads of average shots per game from a forward, and then you need then your forward to have an average of 1 shot on target per game. So the more shots you have, technically, then you should have a higher shots on target ratio if you're a good player. If you have like 10 shots, right, and you only get 1 on target, then you're obviously you're a pretty crap player, and you probably shouldn't be a forward. But if you're a pretty decent player, if you can get into the right positions and get enough shots off, then it's just like the law of averages, isn't it? That the more shots you can get off, and especially the more you can get on target, then the more you're going to score. So I think here is showing that he's doing all the right things, and he's also trying to provide assists as well with an average of 1 key pass per game. He's doing okay for dribbles and everything. So I think he's doing all the right metrics. It's just he's playing for a team that haven't really been clicking so far, but maybe they can now finally click against Seattle. Thank you, Scorp. Appreciate it, man. Thank you so much. Thank you for jumping in. Yeah, we'll definitely ping you back. I haven't pinged you a Discord message yet. I'll ping you back, man, for sure. Yeah, I'll speak to you a little bit later today. Thank you for jumping in, man. Yeah, I mean, I was thinking, who else would I play in here if I wasn't going to play Peter Musa? And I have loads of other options, but if I wanted to do a player around the same cost of a Peter Musa, then I would need to look at Zampedri, Tapia, Lucero, Bolly. Now, Bolly I initially had in here, but then I took him out because he's more suited to Capsule 40. Lucero, I want to play, but I want to play with Pochettino, and the same for Zampedri and Tapia. They need to be played together. So then it basically left Peter Musa on his own. Guys, give me 1 second. I'll be back in a minute. All right. Oh, we've had another throw your hat in the ring. Lovely. So thank you to David Corporal for the throw your hat in the ring. David, he's still here, my man. And if you are, do let me know what the score is you want to do, and also what the game is that you want us to do it for, because they are running out now. So yeah, let us know the team, the match, sorry, and the score. I'll throw that in. I'll lock it in, and then we'll put you on the list to try and win a Sorare card. I can also see that we've had Lobagongan as well, who's thrown his hat in the ring. So 2 more throw your hats in the rings. Lovely, guys. Love to see it. Thank you so much. So yeah, scores and games, please, guys. And if you also want to have a chance of winning a limited card, then you can throw your hat in the ring too. The little yellow ticket is what you need to click on. You'll see it in your chat. So David's going for Earthquakes, Colorado 1-1. Okay. That's that one here. So we're going to go for 1-1 there. Thank you for the prediction, man. And good luck to you for this weekend with that game. You've now got something extra to follow, so that if it is 1-1, you know that you're a winner of a limited card. And what about Lobagongan? Lobagongan's going for 1-2. So Dallas get 1 and Sounders get 2. Love it. Okay. There is another 6 games to be predicted. Let's add those 2 in that we've just done into the subs list here. It's not really the subs list, is it? But it's where we have the subs list. And then we're going to add it on. So we're going to do Earthquakes versus Columbus. Not Columbus, sorry. Colorado. And we're going to go for 1-1. And that is from David. So again, thank you and good luck this weekend. And then we're going to go with Lobagongan, who's going to do Dallas versus... God, I can't type to save my life here. 1-2. And that's for Lobagongan. Perfect. Good stuff, guys. So again, if you want to be on this list here to win a limited card, all you need to do is you need to give me a game from the ones that are left over that you want to give me a score on, and you just give me the score. Earthquakes are San Jose. I know. I do know. Thank you, though. Yeah, you just need to give me a score, and you need to give me a game, and then we can add you onto the list to try and win a limited card. All right, cool. Let's try and run through more of the teams here then. So... Grigich 52. What are the teams that you guys are focusing on for this weekend? As I mentioned, I'm focusing still on the old format because I think that's where the best chances are to win. Probably need to do Ultimate Champions, actually. Okay. Mark Singer. Interesting. Ah, we don't have enough to get a jumbo pack. We're just shy. Is Lewandowski suspended? He is, actually. Hmm. Trossard's been playing a lot better recently. Difficult game, though, against Aston Villa. I wonder what the autofill does here. That's actually pretty good. Oh my god, that's actually very good. Not sure about this guy. If they're playing Lilstrom. Oh, it's Bodo Glimt. Okay, fair enough. We don't want to be doing that. Oh, Piret as well against Auger. It's horrible. So maybe what we want to do here is a 3-5-2. And then we can put Saka in now, to be fair. He could be rested. Or he might not play as much minutes, right? Against Aston Villa. It says he's injured. You never know what to trust on Ultimate Champions. He was fine when he played the Champions League game. So that's just old data that they're showing there, which is why you've got to check it that it's technically not injured. Oh, what's happened here? That's not the guy that we want to take out. Armas can go back in. Frankie Kent at home against Livingstone is very good though. Yes, it's difficult. It's not away though. Is it? I thought it was at home. It's at home, yeah. It's not away. Still difficult though. Home or away, it's still tough, yeah. I mean, you'd expect Arsenal to come through that one, but they're also going to be quite. I mean, it's one of those games they can't really take the foot off the pedal because they need to win every game in the Premier League. If they slip up, they could lose out on the title. So they technically need to play all of their best players and just hope that they can get the job done, like really early on, so that then they can start to take players off early to then give them a little bit of rest before the Bayern Munich game. They kind of almost need to be like 3-0 up at half time and then keep the same players on the pitch until like 70th minute or whatever, 60th minute, and then they can start to maybe take off the likes of Odegaard and Saka. That would be their ideal scenario. We don't really have good forwards here, to be honest with you. This is probably okay. These two up front. It's not great. This guy always gets in the team. Then usually we play Kankava as well. Why don't we just do that? The one thing that I'm not that comfortable with is Bodo Glimt away to Lillestrøm. Because Lillestrøm are good attacking, so I like that this guy has really high scoring. But what I'm actually thinking is we take him out and we put Frankie Kent in, who has a home game against Livingstone. And then we take Gabriel out. We don't need a goalkeeper here. Take this all out. Have the defender now as the Bodo Glimt guy. Then as a midfielder, yeah, I'm going to have a decent midfielder here, or maybe revisit this tomorrow, because you're right. But there's no guarantee that he starts, right? With their European game tonight. They might want to rest him for at least put him on the bench. So I mean, we should probably put Max Arnold in, because Max Arnold is playing so well at the moment. He's got a really difficult game, though. Or we look at Bailey. Bailey with a home game against Accrington. Let's do that for now. Can they actually win the title against Bremen? If they win that, that doesn't mean that they've won it, does it? Or does it if it then means that what? Bayern Munich then lose? Is that mathematically how it can work? Thank you so much to Kikas for the sub, man. The resub and the 7 months of support. Amazing. They just have to win. Wow. I didn't know that. So they have to win, and it doesn't matter what Bayern do. Let's bring it up. So yeah, wow. Look, they're 16 points ahead. My word. Yeah, 16 points ahead with what? Another 5 games to go. Not 5 games, 6 games to go, sorry. Yeah. So they get the win, and then, yeah, Bayern draw or lose, and then they're going to win it. Wow, didn't know that. Look how many games Bayern have lost. They've lost 6 games. That's so unlike Bayern. It is a good job that they're getting rid of Tuchel, because he's not worthy, unfortunately. This will be so amazing if Leverkusen can get this wrapped up this weekend. I'd love to see them go the whole season undefeated as well. Has that ever happened? Has that ever happened in the Bundesliga where a team's gone completely undefeated for the whole season? Probably would have expected Bayern to have done it a few times. Yeah, he would jump at the chance, wouldn't he? And to be honest with you, Man United would probably give it him, because their record of, oh, Torres could be the one here. Their record of hiring poorly speaks for itself. Yeah, Ferran Torres at 60%. Lovely. Yeah, it's a pretty good team. Not sure about Bard Finn, though. Not sure about him. I mean, I have him myself. I just don't... I'm not confident away, because they're playing away, right? Yeah, I mean, away to Viking. That's not easy. I don't trust him to do well there. But I hope he works out for you. We might need to make some changes to that, but I think that's pretty good. You're confident that he can score? Did he score in the last game? He had a pretty good first game, though. Useful player. The thing with Viking is that even though they're quite strong, they've always been one of those teams that defensively, like they can concede a lot of goals. What's the head-to-head between these two teams as well? Viking have won the last 5. Oh, not good. 2-0 they won, 3-1 before then, 2-0, 3-1, 2-0. Damn, they don't have a good record against them. I hope that pays off for you. I'd play. I'd be playing Lenny Olsen, because Thomas Lenny Olsen, he has a good record. I think scoring against Bodo Glimt as well. And this Bodo Glimt Lillestrøm game, this is a game that has loads of goals in it from both sides. When you look at it here, both teams scoring 5 out the past 6, and then the kind of fixtures recently: 3-1, 2-1, 4-1, 1-1, 4-1. It is difficult though because it's Bodo. I think I'd probably favour that more though at home. How many goals has Lenny Olsen got so far in the first 2? Does he have any? He's got 2. Yeah, this guy's so good. Look at that. He's so good. He's like a goal machine. He had an incredible season a few seasons back. Before he got this move to the Saudi League, he was on fire in this season. Look, he was scoring goals for fun in that season. It was silly. And I remember that season very well, the 21 season, because I was still doing like betting tips, right, with my content, and I could basically do an anytime goal scorer for Thomas Lenny Olsen, and every game, for some reason, he was like having odds of 2 and above. So you could basically double your money, and it was pretty much a sure thing, you know, when he was in that form, that you were going to win. That sure, you might lose 1 or twice, but you'll pretty much win every game. And the bookies kept giving him odds of like 2 or more, which was mental. It was like free money. Did Tangvik get loaned out? Not as far as I know. Good fixture for Zubsuk here. Is he not playing Tangvik? No, look. He played in that last game. He didn't play in the game before because he got a red card. So he had to serve a suspension for the first game of the season, but then he played. Yeah, his suspension carried over. But he's their number one. This is quite a Is this a difficult game for Católica? I need to look at this game a little bit more. So I didn't think it was that difficult, but the odds are telling me that, and the position of this team is telling me that it could be quite tough. This actually could be a fixture where Michael Hoyos gets benched here, but I'm still going to play him. Yeah, I really don't mind that. I'd love it if we could win something from Cap 220 Rare. Okay, so I think I'm pretty happy with that. I'm happy with 220. I'm happy with 240. 270, I think I'm happy with as well. This is a difficult game for Slovic. He won't keep a clean sheet, I don't think. So we'd then be relying on these guys to hit big scores. Tricky away game for Fortaleza as well. Which is why I think we're going to give the captaincy to Zalahi, who could hit a big score against Istra. Yeah, I don't think I changed that. Need to look at this one. They've scored 15 in 7. They've only conceded 9. They've only lost 1. Wow, good form. These guys came up. Wow, these guys came up from the lower division. And they're currently sitting second in the Primera division. That's pretty impressive. Stefan Pino has scored 6 goals in 6, and he has 2 assists as well. So he's the main reason, really. We need players like this, really, don't we? On Sorare. We need to get these types of leagues fully licensed in the game. Let's have a look at this guy. Look at that. 89, 92, 85, Need a player like that in the game. I think that's the one big area that Sorare is really lacking in with their licenses, is that if you look at South America, they are so poorly represented in South America. A massive coup for them to get the full league license for the MLS, right? They've got so many good licenses for the European leagues, and that was their plan, to basically secure most of the big leagues that they could, to give themselves a good base, right? And to solidify their position in this area of kind of sports, Web3, digital collectibles, right? But now what they need to do is they need to plug the gaps that we can see with South America. Like, having one team for Ecuador is not good enough. Having one team for Chile, the Chilean division, is not good enough. Having only four clubs licensed for both the Argentinian division and the Brazilian division is not good enough either. So they need to start adding either more clubs or more fully licensed leagues into the game. What's the South American league you guys think that Sorare should be adding next then, or getting fully licensed with more clubs in here? I would like to see them get the Brazilian league fully licensed. Yeah, I agree. Like, the Colombian division they cover, but they don't have a single club licensed from Colombia. Look, Primera R is covered, but you can't officially collect any players from that league. Peru, it's only, I think, 2, isn't it, from Peru? Universitario and Cinciano. I mean, it's kind of good that they've got their foot in the door, but as I mentioned at the start of the stream, it just means that they then can't be running special weeklies for Sudamericana and the Libertadores, because they don't have enough of the licensed clubs really to do it. I'm hoping that over the next couple of months we get more licensed clubs for these South American divisions. It's definitely the one area that they're quite light on. Hello to Oliver. How you doing, man? Thanks for jumping in. Appreciate it. Yeah, I'm good. I am good, man. I was feeling quite lightheaded at the start of the stream, like I could pass out. And I don't know why I had that feeling at all. I didn't mention it until now. I just soldiered through, but I'm feeling much better now. I might have had like low blood sugar or something. That's one of the reasons we've taken a few more breaks on this stream, just so I could go and get some sugar in me, so I don't pass out live on the stream. But I'm feeling all right now. Yeah. What was we doing here? Oh, we came here to look at the Luton team. Yeah, we can go for Mengi or Burke, Doughty, Barkley, Clark. Yeah. This is gonna be a bloodbath, isn't it? Man City at home against Luton. I'm quite interested to see whether Guardiola is going to put out a full first team. That'd be disrespectful if they didn't. I know that he's probably got one eye on Real Madrid as well, but he knows that Luton will be up for this as well. They need to win it. They can't win it, I don't think. But it's not like Luton are going to turn up and be a walkover. They actually gave them loads of problems in the cup earlier this season, with Jordan Clark getting 2 goals as well. Play Sharper is so asked for Asian Cups. J1 not even on it anymore. Is it not? Why? It's not, is it? Well, it's here. It's here. Look, the J1's there. Oh, but they don't have any of the projections yet. Has the expert left? Surely there's going to be an expert for the J1 League. It's just copied last minute from Yahoo Japan. Yeah, that's not ideal. There's a lot of managers that follow the J1 League, so I'm sure that they could find someone in the community that wants to do it. It could be the same rationale as what they used to remove the Liga MX, where, for example, for the Liga MX, right, we got told in the chat from one of you guys that the rationale was that it wasn't getting as many views, the Liga MX, so they just removed the projections, the predictions, and it's like, well, I thought the whole point of Play Sharper was to be the one shop go-to complete service for predictions and just projections and data that could help you with your journey in Sorare. And I feel like saying there's not enough views there, so it's not worth doing, kind of goes against that. So maybe they just figured that this is not getting as much demand, so why have somebody do it if it's not getting the views or the attention? Possibly. I mean, there is some sense to that, but also it's not like they can't not cover it properly. They should be covering it properly. The aim should be to make it better, not to almost downsize it and strip things away. Scores for the Man City versus Luton game. What do you reckon? In fact, that's got me quite curious as to what how many points you could get for Luton to beat Man City here. Even just 1-0. Oh my God. 1-0 for Luton to beat Man City is at 820 base points on Pooky. That is mental. I mean, it's never going to happen, is it? But it's always quite nice to dream. (4-2) to City. What's a 4-2 scoreline worth? 511. Are we thinking that Luton are going to score against Man City, guys? Maybe that's a better question to ask, right? I think we all expect Man City to win. Did they keep the clean sheet or not against Luton? I don't think they do. I think Luton score 1 against them. I don't think I see Luton scoring 2, but I definitely think I can see Luton scoring 1. The problem is that because of the way that Man City play, it means that Luton aren't really going to get much of the ball, which then limits the amount of opportunities and chances they have to score. But I could definitely see Luton scoring from a corner or maybe getting some kind of a penalty, because they're quite physical, Luton. And so they draw you into a lot of battles, and they have a good presence from set pieces. So maybe the rare corner or free kick they get, they can tuck it in. I have 8 limited, so can only submit 1 team every week. Do you think I submit the team into Division 5 Classic season or Division 4 in season? I don't think you put it in the new format at all. Depends on the team. Like, who have you got in your team? If you've only got 8 limited, I would say that the new format's not for you at the moment. And you'd probably be better off playing that in 240 to win money, which will then allow you to reinvest into your squad and get more players. Okay, it's championship players. Play them in 240. What are we talking about here? Limited or rare? If you're playing in limited, stick them in 240, I'd say, and try and oh, you can't play 240 because you started too late. Fair enough. Yeah. Okay, that makes sense then. All right. What's the team that you've got? What's the actual team that you've got? I'm going to open up some more free tip scout fund coupons as well now. Okay, so I'm going to open up all of them apart from the show me the money and also the go shopping, because I don't have enough balance in my account on Sorare to do the go shopping. I love this autofill feature on Ultimate Champions. So handy. Okay. It's a good team, actually. Yeah, it's a good team. I think you probably want to be playing that team then. Well, this is what you need to do, Oliver. You need to be looking at how many entries are in a specific division and competition versus the other one. So your question was around where should you play them, right? And you said, should you play it in Division 5 Classic season or Division 4 in season? Basically, look. Basically, when you go into the pro lobby, have a look at how many people are entering it and how many prizes are on offer. So as an example, right? One of the reasons why I'm not playing a lot of my my best teams in the new format is because, for example, in All-Star, where some of the best rewards you can actually win in the game are, in All-Star, there's 630 cards in there. There's only 1,906. So if you think about it, 630 into 1,906, you've got like basically a 33% chance to win in there, right? Whereas if I took this team out and I put that team into, I don't think I could put this team all into contender, but let's just say for argument's sake, I could. And I looked at like classic season, team 2, division 2, there's 112 cards in here, but there's 793 in here. So I'm getting closer to a 10% chance in this one. So 10% chance versus 33% chance. So you need to be looking at the number of entries and the number of cards or prizes to be won, and then weighing up what is the league or the competition that has just literally just gives you a better chance to win. And you also need to think about the strength of your team as well. Like in All-Star, here, this has a low amount of entries versus the number of cards, right? Now, if I just put in an average team in there, the average team is not going to get into those prize positions, even if there are only 1,900. and 630, right? You still need to put a decent team out. But if you put a decent team out and you do it in a competition where there are less rewards or more rewards and less entries, you're basically going to massively boost your chance to win. So I think that's what you need to do, man. All good, buddy. All good. Let us know where you enter in the, where you do eventually enter. Oh my God. Oh, that's not where we're going to make a saving. Let's take him out. Can we do that? Oh. Let's take this guy out. We need to find a defender with 72. Hopefully we've got one. I'm sure we do. I was playing Cap 20 and was on 312 points and was in 30th until Iverson conceded 3, dropped a stinking 9 points. Now hoping I can get a tier 4. So what's the total points you've got now then? Yeah, that is annoying about the autofill, is that every now and then you kind of need to dive into it to fix it, because it will give you over the amount, and then you're like, well, why didn't you just put in players that come under the amount? I mean, to be fair, it didn't take too long to fix it, but I prefer an autofill that, I mean, maybe I'm complaining about something that shouldn't be worth complaining about, but yeah, I think if the autofill was optimized, you wouldn't need to necessarily take those guys out of sub positions and fiddle about with it. But I still think it's great, because, you know, I should be probably spending more time doing this, but it's not worth it for me, and I don't have the time to do it, really. Or even if I do have the time to do it, I don't have the interest to do it. And so I just want to still enter it, but spend the least amount of time doing it. And this is why I love this feature. But yeah, I think it could probably be a little bit improved, the autofill. Are you not playing Sorare at all, Twitch Gaming? Like, what? Tell me how much you play of Sorare. I feel like I don't really have a good sense as to how much time you spend on Sorare, because I know that you were tending to just play the amateur, like the free-to-play competitions on Sorare, right? But are you still doing those, or like, can you do those? Because did you not enter a team of 5 before in the past, right? Like, what are you playing on Sorare? You won 325 Una. Oh, congrats to Rude. That's a great win. When I hear stories like that, it makes me think that I should probably be spending more time lineup building here, but I never do. I never do. No. Look at how much I overspent for this guy. I'm so grateful that I had credits to do that. I'll probably try and get, God, look at that. If I can get the new season card of Perez for, wow, that's incredible, £54, then I'll try and do that. So if I spot another auction for him, I'll probably try and go in for him. So then I've got the backup and the first goalkeeper. Yeah, he will. Yeah, that's why I bought him. Yeah. I'm not sure. I don't think you know that I bought him, but yeah, I bought him last night. Because we had a referral credit that needed to be used up. So since the newest update, I don't play as I can't play the basic and advanced because I once submitted a 5-man training team 2 years ago. Yeah. So I thought you had that restriction. It doesn't allow you to play anything apart from the pro mode, which your gallery is too small. Yeah. Are you not incentivized at all in the new update, Twitch Gaming, to go and get like a team that allows you to play like a competition in the new format? And I'm only asking that because it's a question that I think probably Sorare would be wanting to ask people as well. In the new format, does it incentivize you to go and spend and build teams, right? Because I think that's obviously their hope that it would. But it sounds like it's not for you and that it wouldn't. No, I agree. Yeah, I agree with you on that. Yeah. You can tell as well that that's why Sorare are also doing the European special weeklies now, because it's just a way for them to squeeze out even more money and value out of the cards, which basically have no utility. They have some utility, but they have very little utility now to justify that cost. So that's why I wouldn't personally go and buy any more. I'm not buying any more European cards, really. I did buy one, but that was more of like a long-term pickup, which was Luke Thomas here. But other than that, I'm with you. Yeah. I mean, Sorare could, for me personally, Sorare could start throwing more and more special weeklies right up until the end of the season for European players. It's not going to tempt me to put my hand in my pocket and spend on European players now. Whatever I've got, I've got. And all I'm doing now is just trying to focus on saving up for European cards for next season. But I want to try and buy mainly in season if I can. Because I'd like to be able to start competing in season from the very get-go next year. At least having 4 in-season cards, which then allows me to play like a classic one like Lewis Cook. Yeah. Yeah, cool, man. I think you got a good plan. Good strategy in place there. I think if you're new to Sorare, by the way, if anyone is new to Sorare, it's probably something to keep in mind is that when you buy cards now for European players, right, you're only getting about a month's worth of utility out of them, and then it's over. It's done. Then you don't really use them over the summer. There are some exceptions because you'll have some European players that are going to be playing in the Euros, for example. but most will not be playing over the summer. And then when the new season comes around, those cards which you have bought today, if you've bought them in season as well, so the brand new 24 cards, they will then no longer be in season cards. Next season, they'll be classic cards, which means that you won't be able to play them. You'll only be able to play one in a competition that allows you to compete for cash only. And basically, their prices will all be much lower than what you bought them for. So there are some good opportunities towards the ends of European seasons or any season to buy players that you already wanted. And that's usually when you can get them really cheap. In the new format, it just means that if you bought them, you could build a really cheap classic team that will then allow you to compete for new season cards next season, or you can then just start to use some of those classic cards in an in-season team for next season. Oh yeah, Copper America as well. Yeah, thank you for that, Colin. But you're not going to have European players. That's the point. You're not going to have European players playing in Copper America, are you? I mean, like players playing for like European clubs. Not really. Like some will, but most won't. You know. But you're right. Good point. My 4 cards I have at the moment: Andrea Carboni, Enzo Lafay, Lucas Robertson, Valentine, and Atagana. Not really too familiar with him. Cool. Yeah, they will be covered. They will be covered. I don't think we've necessarily had the official confirmation from Sorare, but they will be covered. Yeah. The Copa America was covered before, and the Euros have been covered before as well. So yeah, they will cover it. I don't really know why Sorare hasn't come out and announced that yet, but because it would be useful, wouldn't it, to know now? Or it would have been useful to know a long time ago. Didn't they also say that they were going to be announcing well ahead of time of tournaments, right? They literally did come out and say that in a blog, didn't they? But I don't remember seeing anything official on the Euros, but for sure it's going to be covered. Maybe it was in here. Well, maybe not in here. No, it was in one of these ones though, wasn't it? I think it was the first one. They mentioned how they're going to be trying to give everyone a heads up, like a proper heads up on when they're. I can't find it, but I remember that Sorare did say that whenever they are going to around coverage, whenever they're going to around coverage, they're going to let people know ahead of time that they are covering tournaments, because in the past before they've been so silent that everyone's been thinking, well, what's going on? Because the tournament's about to start. Like there's 2 weeks or so until the tournament starts. And then Sorare's basically then come out and said, oh yeah, we're covering that tournament. And it was like, well, why did you wait so long? You know, like let people know in advance so they can plan their teams properly. Saying 2 weeks before is not good enough. And then they kind of acknowledged it and they said, yeah, you're right. We're going to let you guys know ahead of time. And I thought they put some kind of a rule in place where they would confirm like competitions 6 months ahead of time. But I can't seem to find it. Maybe it's in the help section. Why don't we look in there? It'd be useful if we could find it. Yeah, because it was around the Asia Cup, wasn't it? You're right to bring it up, Graham, because like I actually thought that the Asia Cup would be covered, and Sorare said nothing on the contrary that it wasn't going to be covered, right? So then we thought, well, because you haven't said anything, we're going to assume that it's going to be covered, right? And it was like 2 or 3 weeks before they then kind of said, well, it's not covered, and we were like, why would you wait so long to let people know? You've got to tell people whether things are covered or not. In classic Sorare communication style, they just said nothing until the last moment. And then kind of there was a big hoo-ha after that. I was also one of them because I just thought it's fine if you don't cover something. It's a shame, but it's fine if you don't cover something. But you can't be telling people a couple of weeks before the tournament starts that you're not covering it. You need to like let people know well ahead of time because they would have known well ahead of 2 or 3 weeks before the tournament started that they weren't covering it. So why wait until then? Let's have a little look. Tournament coverage maybe, or coverage. Oh my God, this is messy, isn't it? I wonder if they've, here we go. No, that didn't really help us at all. If anyone can find that communication that they sent out where they were committing to giving people advance notice and warning around the tournaments that they're covering over the coming months, then drop it in the chat, please, if you can. Is that it there from Estonian Weirdo? That might be it, right? A big part of our announcement is to offer managers the time to build and plan ahead. With that in mind, we're excited to share updates on our competition coverage for the next 6 months. In addition to our usual coverage, we can also confirm the coverage for the main men's football competition over the next 6 months, including the Summer Games in Paris, the European Tournament in Germany, and the International Americas Tournament in the US. Perfect. That's what I was looking for. I just didn't know where to find it. Where did you pull it from, Estonian Weirdo? Thank you for dropping that in. Where did you find that? The roadmap. Okay, but which roadmap blog? Because there's a couple of roadmap iterations, right? So we've kind of got this one here. Oh, is that the one? Let's do it. Thank you. Thank you, man, for finding it. With there being so many blogs, right, that they released, it's so difficult sometimes to find exactly the information that you want. But the one from the 7th of February, this is the one, guys. So big shout out to Estonian Weirdo here. And I think it was right down at the bottom, wasn't it? If I remember correctly. Here we go, yeah. Yeah. I knew it was in there somewhere, I just didn't know what blog it was in. Perfect. Yeah. So there we go. It's covered. And yeah, going forward, I think they said that they want to be trying to give confirmation on coverage like almost 6 months ahead of time. Whether or not they keep to that is another thing, but if they can do that, that would be great. So that then you can start planning well ahead of a tournament or a competition happening. Okay, so I don't think we need to do any more on Ultimate Champions here. That's not going to do anything. We know that. That's fine. Right, let's talk about this here. Let's talk about this team. This is the community team. So I pretty much just threw in the same team which we had from the last week. And to be honest with you, I think it's a good team. We've just been really unlucky so far. I think the question here, there's a couple of questions really this week with what we do with the community team. One of them is whether we continue to play Leibold, because maybe Fontas is back. And then the other one is around William Agadar. Now, Agadar's been great. He's in amazing form. But we can only play two. Well, if we want to play two forwards, we can only play two, right? So it either has to be Shaloi or Agadar or Shaloi or Polido. We should keep Shaloi. So what I'm asking the chat here is, what team do you want us to run this week in the community team? This is the projected lineup as well for Sporting KZ. So Polido at 50%, Fontas at 50%, Melia 95%, Leibold 90%, Shaloi 90%, Agadar 80%. So if we went on these projections here, we probably wouldn't need to change anything at all because it would be too risky. But what does everyone want us to do? And look here. There's no Polido mentioned there. It's Agadar, Tommy, Shaloi, Leibold, and Melia. So we keep it as is, do we? I mean, what I have done is I've played them in Division 3 as well. So that is the highest division that I can play them in season. So I figured that we're going to play them in the highest division that we can in season, give ourselves the best chance of winning rewards, right? If we do Challenger in season limited and we do suggest a lineup, obviously it doesn't give us our full stack. If we remove some of these guys, then until it does, then yeah, it's going to give us Leibold and then Agadar. And so at the moment, that's how it looks in the lineup builder. A score of 68 with the captaincy on Shaloi. So keep or change, guys. Keep or change. You tell me. If it's keep, it's a nice, easy one. We don't have to do anything with it. If you think we should change something about it, then this is your chance to tell me now. And then we can look into it and maybe change it. In Division 3, also, there are 2,395 cash rewards to be won. And the minimum reward is $5. We need to finish in the top 350. If we compared that to the other divisions, So if we went for an, here we go. So an in-season Division 4. In-season Division 4 only has 925. So it's quite a difference, isn't it? Look. Only 925 compared to 2,395. There's 1,046 and there's 1,398 in here. And then we would have to finish in Division 4, top 100. And then Division 5 is top 140. So I want to play it in Division 3, I think. There's more places that it's paying out. The minimum is the same as Division 4 and Division 5, but there's just a higher upside. I might need to take Polito out. I thought Paul Arriola was injured, but apparently he's not anymore. Yeah, he looks good now. Okay. Done. This is a Division 1 team. This is the only Division 1 team that I've got. I don't have any more Division 1 teams at the moment. So my classic season Division 1 in Challenger is the only one. It's the highest division competition I've got. I'm surprised that we're in Division 1, to be honest with you. Talk about having confidence in my team. I am surprised, but we're in here. And we just need to avoid falling into the bottom 50% to keep our Division 1 status. The thing is, do we want to stay in Division 1? Or do we even want to play in Division 1? This is something that I need to look at now. Because the problem with Division 1 is that the podium prizes are great. You know, like $400 for first, $250 for second, $150 for third, compared to, look, Division 2, where there are no podium cash prizes whatsoever. So that's the big lure, and that's the big appeal of being in Division 1, is that you have the chance to win a load of cash, right? Rather than boxes. But then what that does at the moment is that you then basically have to finish in the top 155. Now, the bottom tier is good. It's a tier 3. That's the bare minimum you can get. So it's harder. It's more competitive to get into the reward positions. But if you do, you get a much higher minimum. And if you get right to the top, you get a very good amount of cash that you win. Div 2 basically allows you to place into the top 364, but then you're only getting a tier 5. So to get into that tier 3 is roughly the same look. But if you don't quite manage it, you could still get something, some kind of a card out of it. The boxes in Div 1 also contain rare cards, I think. Do they? Oh, you're right. They do, yeah. Good spot there. They do. They contain rare cards. That's something I wasn't aware of. Okay, and then in Div 2, they must not, no? Yeah, okay. So that definitely changes things, yeah. That makes it a lot more attractive, because then even if we get a box here, we have the chance of pulling a tier 5 rare, even up to a tier 2 rare. Yeah, that's much more attractive now. So it's a lot harder, right, to get into those reward positions, but it rewards you much more if you do. And then if you don't get into the card positions, then hopefully then you're relying on maybe getting some kind of luck with a rare pull. I don't actually think, the funny thing is, I don't actually think that this team is good enough to get a reward. That's the funny thing. I don't think that this is good enough with the fixtures we've got to finish in the top 155. So I think that's a little bit of the dilemma I've got here, is that we could maybe play Div 2 instead. What the fuck is this here? Oh, we're in Classic. Sorry, we need to do Classic, don't we? Let's go back. Yeah, oh, we couldn't do Div 2. We could only do Div 3 and Div 5. Yeah, and I wouldn't want to play Div 3. I don't think. Would I? I mean, at the moment, it's a good number of entries there versus the card rewards, but I might play I might play Div 3. I just don't feel confident that if we played this in Div 1 with the fixtures we've got, we could win anything. Whereas if we went into Div 3, we might be able to get into the positions better. And then if anything, if we do well, we then get a Div 2 competition. Whereas here, if we don't hit a high enough score to finish in the top 50%, we're down. And then we've got to try and claw our way back up again. I kind of feel like if you're in Div 1, it's maybe, if you have any reservations about how your team can do, it's then maybe the game week where you don't play them in Div 1. You just maintain your Div 1 status by playing that team in a lower division. And then you wait for the game week where you feel super confident with them. And then you hit it really hard. But I know the issue I've got here is that LAFC are away to Portland, which is not great. Austin are away to St. Louis here. Dallas are at home against Seattle, which is not that easy for them. And then Aaron Herrera's at home against Orlando, which is actually a good home game for him, but it's Orlando. They haven't been that great, but I still think they're a good team, and it's not like they're a walkover. So maybe the play here is to actually play that team in Div 3. And it might be what I change it to. All right, back in 5, guys. Let me know whilst I'm away whether I should play this team here in Division 1 or Division 3. So write in the chat, please, if you can, just whilst I'm taking a quick break, what you would do, Div 1 or Div 3. And then we'll weigh it up when I come back. All right, so you guys have said mainly Div 1. Yeah, you guys reckon I should play it in Div 1, which I kind of agree with. I mean, there is a little bit of a temptation to play it lower down, but because I'm not really super confident. The only thing is that in the new format, when your captaincy really pays off for you, even if you have like other players in your team that haven't done good, if you can nail the captaincy, because it's like a 50% boost to it, then you can still end up doing well. And so if Herrera can hit another 70 or 100, which I think he has the potential to do, then even if these guys don't quite do as well as we're hoping for, at least we've given it a go and we could hopefully still stay in Div 1. So thank you guys for the input there. The one thing that I need to do is limited teams, so I'll be probably doing my limited teams tomorrow on the stream. But yeah, I'm pretty much done with lineup building today, so I think the rares are good to go. The limiteds need a little bit of work. I think my limiteds over in the old format are probably okay. There might need to be a few changes here. We always play that stack, so we can't play it in 240 anymore. So we're going to play it in 270, even though it's a horrible fixture for them. 240. is difficult. 240 is tough because we don't really have. Maybe do I need to play Marvin Martins in here instead of Pappy? Maybe I do. I don't know if I can fit him in though. No, I won't be able to fit Pappy in. So the 240 I think is pretty good. Apart from not really that excited about our forward, even though he's just coming off scoring 2 goals in the midweek. But we don't really have any other options. So he's probably going to have to do. All right, guys, any other, before we start to end the stream, do we have any other predictions for throw your hat in the ring on Pooky? Don't forget, if you want to play Pooky yourself, you can. There are still some packs available to buy, sticker packs, and there are also some Pooky balls. Remember, you buy them for discount today, and then in a couple of months' time, Pooky will basically buy them back off you for full value. So you effectively make money on whatever you bought on Pooky today, which I think is incredible. So take advantage of it. And of course, the link to get even bigger advantages is there in the chat. There's the link as well. What matches are still available, says Volt. Okay, so we've got 6 more games left over. These are the ones here. Montreal, Cincinnati, Charlotte versus Toronto, Minnesota, Houston, Sporting KZ, Inter, Whitecaps, Galaxy, and St. Louis versus Austin. So which one of those do you want, Volts? Minnesota 2-1 Houston. You've redeemed it? Perfect. Okay, so let's do it then. Thank you so much, man. And I really hope this is going to be 2-1 now. If it is, you're going to win a limited card and you're going to help us to a score of 258.4 points in the Pooky game week, which would be lovely. So let's lock that one in. And then let's add you to the list as well. All right. So Minnesota versus Houston, 2-1, and then Volts 21. Yeah, I'll check that actually. It's a good point. Because we done yours first, didn't we, Twitch Gaming? And I can't quite remember what your one would give us, but I thought it was going to give us a lot. Because you gave us that 3-1 prediction, didn't you? Let's go and have a little look. You can't do another one, unfortunately, no. Thank you for the offer, though, David. Yeah, it's one prediction per viewer per week. The points, here we go. Oh, we can see it here, actually, can't we? 365.9, which is pretty good. I think it's pretty good. Yeah, they haven't changed too much, though. Look, they've only changed a little bit. Not enough for us to update it. We do actually have 2 energy, which means we can only update 1 prediction this week because we are going to need, if we've got another 5 games to do and we have, of course, 52 energy, then we need the 50 energy to make the actual predictions, and then we have 2 to update them. So I'm going to have to, I think, watch and wait to see which is the game that shoots up massively by like 20, 30, 40 points or something. Because then whatever game does that is then going to be the game that I use the 2 energy to predict, to update the prediction on. And at the moment, I don't think we've really seen any game that's massively gone up like that. Even for the German league, I keep checking the German league to see whether the 3-1s have gone up a lot. Look, it's gone up by 0.5 here. These ones I checked last night, they hadn't really moved at all. In fact, one did move up, and I think I updated it. I think one moved up by like 5 or 6, and so I updated it to get the additional 5 or 6. Look, this one's moved up by about 4, 5, something like that. Not quite enough, really. This one's gone up by 2. This one's gone up by 2. So we've got to be really, just basically got to pick the right one that gives us the biggest boost, really. So we'll probably end up doing that tomorrow. Well, I tell you what, if this game has not changed significantly by tomorrow, then we won't update it. And then what I'll do is I'll then just check them all on Saturday. Bochum 3-1. No, I don't think they're going to do that good. I just ended up doing that to favour the home team, and because we're doing all 3-1. So every game's 3-1, and if I'm going to do 3-1 in that fixture, I think that I would favour the home team rather than the away team. But yeah, I don't actually think they're going to do that well with the new manager either. Yeah. It's actually an interesting point, and it's a good point from Arthur, is that next week, Pooky are going to start dropping more Pooky balls, but not just from England, France, Germany, Italy, and Spain. So not just the European leagues. You're going to be getting balls again from the summer leagues, which are Argentina, Brazil, Japan. Right, those leagues are going to be coming back, as in the Pooky balls are. So if you really want to try and get your hands on a European Pooky ball, if that's your thing, this is the last chance to do it. To be honest with you, I don't think there's like a huge, I don't think that's like a big thing anymore, because we know that the Pooky balls are going, or they're being replaced, right? So I think it's probably even better just to wait for well, not better to wait, but it's not like you're at a disadvantage. You know, like if this was the last opportunity to get them and Pooky balls were going to continue, then I think it would be different, because then you'd be like, okay, this is my last chance to get a Premier League one. not guaranteed, but your odds to get a Premier League one are going to be worse when they start adding in MLS, Japanese, Brazilian, Argentinian, all that sort of stuff, right? But it kind of almost doesn't really matter too much anymore, because you're then just going to get your balls and everything you own bought back from Pooky, and then you go and buy the league pass that you want anyway. So it's a little bit redundant, but it's still a good point. All right. I think that's it then for today, guys. So thank you so much to everyone that jumped on the stream today. Appreciate it a lot, especially everyone's energy and involvement in the chat. The subs and the follows as well today, of course, means so much and keep the channel going. So yeah, if you have subbed today, big thank you. If you have followed, huge thank you. And if you haven't followed the channel, then please make sure that you follow the channel too, so that you get the updates when I go live, and so you never miss like any bit of the stream. So guys, thank you so much for today. Enjoy the football tonight, the European football, and I'll be back again tomorrow for the deadline day stream at 12, where we'll make the last minute changes to our teams and just any final tweaks before we hit the weekend hard. So good luck with the rest of your game week. Also good luck with the rest of your lineup building for the weekend. And I'll catch you guys all tomorrow. Usual place, usual time. So see you then.